So for comparison, I do have a Phelan title as well for when I'm DMing as Phelan tonight.
Oh, you should wait. Send that over. Send that over. We could put that up.
Oh, that's gonna take me a second to grab. I think.
Never mind. Don't even worry about it. It's dead to us.
But hi.
You did great.
It's so. Oh my god.
It looks great. It looks great.
I'm never going to recover from this.
Oh, sorry. I gotta try it without the glasses and just give like the smoldering eye look. Mm-hmm.
I'm good. I see. This is when I want to go into your thing though and just redeem glasses without glasses every single time. Like
everyone's gonna
DMing and being
everyone's
like,
gonna make me
come to a court.
Yeah. Everyone's gonna make me take my glasses off tonight just so they're like, no, we want the full illusion.
Nuggy said, "Why does she look like my dad?"
Thank you. No. I don't know. I hope
Dad's
that's
an attractive
good.
man.
Well, thanks. Appreciate it.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, so my community redeemed me cosplaying as one of our NPCs, and then also then the add-on to that is that we actually have in chat that people can choose to have me switch in and out of character as a DM. So I might be DMing a bit as Phelan tonight. So we'll see how this goes.
I'm already nervous though. Like the Ico in me is like, oh, he's already disapproved of everything I've done. Like,
yeah.
No, it's all
Judgment
good.
will happen.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, I'm excited. This is why it took me 3 hours to get ready.
You look like you have a beard. Like,
yeah.
No, like honestly,
I want to touch
it looks so real.
Okay, now here's the thing. Are you gonna be mad at me when I come over tomorrow and I don't tell you that you have beard on?
Oh my god, no. I will not have beard on, I swear to god. No, because I'm showering after this, because that's the only thing that gets all of this off. I know because I test ran it yesterday. And
if not, I'll bring over my Pond's and my makeup remover and I'll just be like scrubbing her face, like brushing her teeth.
I don't like that. And for people, for people who are asking about how I did the beard, it's eyeshadow and mascara. That's it. There is no actual hair on my face. It is just eyeshadow and mascara.
It looks so real.
It really does.
Because it is. But that's also why I'm like, I don't want to touch my face because I'm going to get smeared everywhere. But yeah, so cool. Welcome on into tonight, guys, to our 10th session. 10th session of D&D and the Stream of Stars campaign. I'm so excited. Yeah, so for all of our communities and everything, welcome on in. My name is Mallory, aka Mal, aka Teach. Also Phelan, who is one of our NPCs tonight and is like low-key, God, Wolf Daddy?
I really hope that you have Wolf Daddy as your name tonight.
I have Wolf of Starlight.
Wolf Daddy.
He would not refer to himself as Wolf Daddy. If he knew he was being called Wolf Daddy, I'll be honest, he would just be very confused because he doesn't have kids. So he just he wouldn't understand why he's getting called.
Yeah, I knew it was coming, Liz.
Let's see how this festival goes.
So sorry.
Oh my god.
I feel so I feel so much more awkward though flirting with him because now you're dressed as him.
You can see him.
Oh no, trust me, I can flirt with Teach. You can flirt with Teach. No worries, you got this.
It's dangerous.
It's great.
Thank you. But yeah. Welcome on into tonight. I'll guess I'll go ahead and have the players introduce themselves tonight and everything. And then we'll have Aiko give our previously on D&D. So, Brass, go ahead and go first.
Whoa. Okay.
Right? Ow.
Alphabetical order.
Hi. I'm Brass. I play a rogue tiefling named Journey. She's pretty chill, pretty cool, likes to shoot bows and arrows and hang out with her friends and stab people and hide and all that shit. Hi.
I thought you said and hang out with sad people and not stab people, and I was like, okay, I had a nightmare once. But
no sad people.
Just stabs. I'll go next. Hi, I'm Lillian Leone, aka Aiko Takamaki, the Kitsune monk. She is a monk of the Order of Tranquility, so she is super embracing pacifism, but apparently has a really big body count. So oops. We took Norris
It
our
was
way.
self-defense.
Just happens.
Yeah, it would.
Yes.
Thank you. I was trying to question goblins, and it did not go well. Yeah, she's very sweet. She is kind of going through some stuff right now, but she's good. She's like team mom, kind of. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see nods. But yeah, and she fights barehanded and uses a rapier that's like wrapped, so that way she doesn't kill things on accident.
No.
That's it.
Nice.
Okay.
You can go.
This always happens.
It's always you
just
two.
'cause we're
It's
vibes,
always
you
We
the
know?
just
two
need
of
to
you.
have an order that we go in. Like, okay, it's
you
always
go
gonna be
first.
this
It's
order.
okay.
Oh god, okay. Hi, I'm Case. I play Arcadia. She is an Eladrin elf druid. My sweet baby angel. I love her so much, but she's also fucking terrifying, and if I ever saw her in a dark alley, I would run.
She's so
But-
precious.
She is kind of badass now, but also I just love her a lot. She likes rocks, she likes pretty things, and she likes music. And yeah, that's it.
Google.
Nice.
Karu.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
My name is Liz, and I play Karu. And Karu is a satyr bard. She's definitely quirky. she
Not quirky.
she loves to have a good time, you know. She loves to entertain other people and has recently found all these wonderful friends. And she's really excited because it's kind of going to influence a decision later today. She flirts with a lot of people. It's kind of what she's known for.
You don't say.
But I promise there's more to her. I promise. And yeah, that's Karu.
She has a pet chicken named Hey Hey.
Oh yes, and Hey Hey,
Mm-hmm.
This
That
is
she
very
got through
crucial
flirting,
for
see?
anyone who's coming in late to the game.
my therapy chicken.
Emotional
Truly.
support. chick.
God, I hate it.
Yes.
All right. Excellent. So then, Aiko, go ahead and give us our previously on D&D.
Me. Previously on D&D. So, as you all can see in our lovely screens here, shit went down at the crater. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like, I'm having a brain fart. It's like
The ruins
those
yet
who
to
defied
come.
fate.
It's the
Yes,
ruins. The
thank
ruins
you.
yet to come.
Yep. So we went there. We ran into Nadros. This is like way backtracking. This giant dragon that you see here, he is Nadros, and he was super sweet. He is a dragonborn paladin who helped us out. He was like, "Hey, I need you to help my little friends," and we were like, "Yeah, sure, of course." And then these massive creepy things came out of nowhere, and we found out that those are the ones who defied fate. And one of our tasks was to find out, retrieve a relic from those who defy fate. So then we were fighting these things, and we were having a little rough time. But then, like we said, Arcadia's scary, and Arcadia was like, "Wham bam, I am Zeus," and dropped lightning bolts on this thing. And Aiko was like, goes to Tsushima, like all wet in the rain and slicing through things. And Journey was just like pew pewing, like taking things down. And so then all of a sudden we hear a scream. Turns out that Karu, after her night of entertainment, came to find us. And as she did, she ran into 4 of these guys around this crater, and she was like doing the Kronk stealth, where she's like, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba, like up against these crystals, and they were like, "Brr," and she was just like, "Shit," and she just ran. And then one of them cornered her and almost swung. She screamed. We were like, "We gotta get to our friend." So we were like homeward bound, like like towards the crater. We got to the crater, saw this happening, and Arcadia was like, "I'm going to wifey." And she made herself all starry, and it was awesome. And she was like, "I got this shit," and started like shooting arrows. They knocked down Karu. They knocked down Arcadia. Journey was covering for Aiko as she was like baseball sliding to them and being like, "Heals for you, swap, swap, swap." Ipso facto, Journey. Oh yeah, that's right. Journey like shot one. It was like, "Eat shit," and then like put the bow on her back, which was super cool. And then, so Arcadia was revived by Karu, and Karu came over and was like, "Are you okay?" And Arcadia went all stellar for him again. It was just like railing this last enemy. Journey was pumping arrows into it. Aiko was punching it. Nadros fucking solar beamed like a Venusaur. It was like, "Whoa!" And like shot a hole through like 2 of these things. And then Aiko was able to kick in the arrow that was in what's it called? The final Those Who Defied Fate. And Crew was inspiring Aiko and was inspiring Arcadia and helping throw Eldritch Blasts, because this was her first time getting to throw Eldritch Blasts. So she was like Danny DeVito, and she's like, so I started blasting. It was great.
Does that mean that Danny DeVito is redeemed from the day of the Nat 1? We had him.
I mean, he isn't here, so
he's
I
in
might be
timeout.
safe.
Yeah. I was gonna say he has a little redemption to do. But so we went to Nadros. Nadros was like, good job, guys, and was like, here's the relic. Boop. Popped off one of his things on his back. And so we're now holding on to one of those, and we completed all 4 of our tasks, and he was like, hey, like, well, thanks for helping me. I could show you all a glimpse into your future. And so all of us agreed to it, and we rolled really low, so it wasn't great. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, everyone. So Journey saw Zaris, who we all saw back at the Salino's altar, and she was like running to him, and he was like, what have you done? Like, I thought I could trust you. And that was it. And she was like, oh, shit. And then Arcadia, I believe, Arcadia, were you... That was not the time that you were sitting with the veiled woman drinking tea, correct? That's a different time? That was this time?
Yeah.
That was this
Okay.
time.
No.
Her first encounter was the woman in blue who was telling her she was so proud.
Okay, perfect.
I'm sorry,
and then
proud.
And then Aiko saw what we think might be the person who she's been hearing call her little fox, and he said, I don't know what he, or I know how he feel, or like I don't know why he feels that way, but I know he's trying to protect you, but I have to protect my own. And like it was a very disappointing tone. But we saw a kitsune man with red hair and red tails, like we've been seeing in the visions, and he had 8 tails, like Aiko. And then Karu saw Milena for a little bit, and it was kind of a blur because it was very brief, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was so brief.
Yeah, it was like foggy, and like, Milena was pretty much, she was trying to explain something, but it didn't really quite come off. Is that correct?
I don't even remember what she said, but I know it was just... I feel like it was something about me picking a side, or siding with
That's
someone.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, so it was asking Karu why she chose that side, like why she did this. And yeah, so we're all traumatized again, 2.0, some of us 3.0. So that was good stuff. And that's pretty much where we ended off. We were heading back to Estrellos, and I believe that was it. Is that correct?
That sounds right to me.
Okay.
Yeah, so gang, you finished all of your tasks, all 4 of them, and so the only thing that's left is to return to the capital of Estrellos and let Ilke, Saren, and Phelan know that you've actually accomplished said tasks, and that you are essentially present the items you were given at each of those 4 tasks. So, you make your way back to the Court of Stars audience hall, where this should feel real nostalgic. This is where you all met.
This was episode 1.
This is episode 1,
It's been so long, guys.
Yeah, we haven't been here since episode 1. This is gonna be a real nostalgia-filled
When
episode.
Phelan threw a dagger at my face. That's, yeah.
Well, I
It's
mean,
his brother.
Yep.
I forgot about that.
Forgot what?
Okay.
The dagger throwing?
No, kissing Phelan's brother.
Oh, yeah, you did that.
Yeah,
You did that.
I did
Phelan
that.
hasn't forgotten that.
Oh no.
He kissed his brother in the middle of a training exercise.
Worked, didn't it?
It's
was your, depending on what you consider to be worked.
It distracted him.
Yeah, he was. I will give you that. He was distracted.
Exactly.
This is awful. All right. So you guys all make your way back to the Court of Stars audience hall. It is the same, lavish, gorgeous hall filled with all of these deep blues, purples, and actually has that feeling of starlight going throughout it. And as you approach, assuming that you do, unless you guys are like, no, we're just gonna hang back here, like the whole episode.
Plop down.
Just gonna hang out over here.
Yeah.
But as you approach, you see Saren seated to the left, who, as you recall, is the sage of the Court of Stars. She is the one that's known for having the knowledge that the court holds most dear. You see over to the far right, Phelan, the Wolf of Starlight, who is the guardian of the Court of Stars, and is essentially Ilke's like top bodyguard, more or less. Like, he's the captain of everything. This is awkward because someone just switched the DM over to Phelan. So
Yes. Whoever did that, you have my thanks.
Bree.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, Bree. Yeah. Oh, that's our daughter.
I don't have a daughter,
niece.
if you recall. So you see me sitting there. And then over in the center is Ilke and Nicola. For whatever odd reason, he's always seems to be with the three of us, but it's fine. But you see that Ilke and Nicola are in the center.
Yes.
I mean, are you doing anything?
I mean, I just stepped forward because I was kind of awkwardly behind.
No, yeah, all of us are stepping in. And I guess like I'd give like a moment to see if Ilke is going to say anything, because
he always does.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, guys. I have to wink at Phelan again.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Yes, and you can. Oh yes. I
It's been
support
full
this.
circle. We're back here.
Anyway, yes, Ilke, as normal, steps forward and instead of staying at his throne, actually, Archfey, love him, immediately moves down to greet the four of you and just pulls each of you into embraces, and is immediately asking questions about, how was your adventure? How is everything? We heard news from some of our contacts around the court. How is everything going? Do I have to do voices as Phelan? How is everything? I don't know how to do Ilke's voice. Anyway, but yeah, he asks how everything is going.
So depending on who Ilke is closest to, like I know Ilke came over and was like in front of all of us.
Do you mean physically closest to, or like relationship?
Physically.
Oh,
Physically.
He'd be going down the row to the four of you.
So starting at Arcadia, got it.
Yeah. So that would end with Aiko.
Oh, okay. Fuck.
Well, you said
Okay,
starting with, so that makes sense that if you're going down the line.
Yep. So if Ilke asked like how everything went, Aiko is giving a quick synopsis, kind of, entailing that they retrieved all of the stones and completed all the tasks that they each gave them, and she's going to thank them for their help. And she's going to kind of mention, we faced our futures, and she's going to say that and kind of like side glance at Saren, and then she's going to say, she's going to say, we received the blessing of the Archfey, and she's going to make eye contact with Nicola. And then she's going to say, we received the relic from those who defy fate. And she's going to look at you. And then she's going to then say, and we we assisted someone in achieving their hopes. And she's gonna like smile like fondly at Ilke. Because like that was like that's very Ilke.
Yeah, I mean,
All
correct.
of the other
It's-
ones nearly got us. Well, actually, no, that one was the worst. That one really almost got us killed.
It's always the quiet ones.
Good intention. We could have gone to a birthday party, but no.
That was rough.
I mean, yes, you guys could have gone to a birthday party, but instead that's what was selected. So thank you, chat.
It's
Thanks
weird
so
for that wall to break.
Just a bit. So Ilke, on hearing the news that you all have succeeded, on seeing each of the gemstones, he immediately looks to the four of you and just has this big smile on their face, and is just, and it's a proud smile, that the four aspiring envoys who on day one, Ilke was given the report that you all couldn't fight for anything at all, because it's true.
This is true.
Whoa.
I mean, I could
Whoa.
distract though.
Some of us could charm our pants off, but other of us would have to beat things with their fists and feet.
Yep, trust me, I talked to my brother plenty about that day.
Oh.
But he immediately, or they immediately then look to each of you and are just proud, and look to the four of you and just excitedly, our envoys.
Oh my God.
You all are our envoys. And Nicola actually clears his throat a little bit, and Ilke looks back, and you see that Nicola's kind of like a get back up here. And Ilke gives you all one more grin, and then bounces back up to their chair. And takes a seat again, and just very much, as they do, very excitedly, like, trying to sit and stay still, but is so excited that you all have succeeded in your mission, that they can barely contain themselves. You see that Nicola kind of gives a nod of approval. Saren is smiling very, for lack of better words, serenely at all of you. And you're all right, in my book.
Oh, it's been
Fine.
redeemed. It's been redeemed again.
Wait, what's been redeemed again?
Oh, never mind. No, continue. Sorry.
I got confused.
Okay.
I was like, what? Yeah, so Ilke immediately looks to the four of you and is just thrilled. And starts excitedly saying, we can finally have the celebration. We can finally have the festival, and we can carry on the tradition, and it's finally our turn to get to do it. And it's all because of you. And you all have such an important role to play in everything that's coming up that we can't possibly do this without you. Envoys, as they're very excited to continue calling you that. Would you like to hear what job you have risked life and limb for?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ike was gonna kind of like awkwardly be like, yes.
I mean, if you want to tell us.
Next time on D&D. No.
All right, guys.
Shortest
see you
session
tomorrow.
ever.
Wow.
No. So yeah, Ilke looks to all of you, and just immediately is very thrilled. You all are going to help us with the celebration of the Six. And he looks to Arcadia and says, Arcadia, you remember when it was in the Court of Stories, correct?
I do.
Did you get to attend with your family?
I did, but I don't remember a lot. I was very young.
That's fair. It was
Well.
50 years ago, so I understand.
Pretty young.
You're an old woman now.
Wait. Arcadia's over 50 years old?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Arcadia.
She's a cougar.
Phelan's not going to
How
tell a
old is
woman's
she?
age, so you can tell if you want. Phelan is not going to spill a woman's age.
Hang
I
on.
Smart man.
hang on, let me find the exact.
Would Arcadia tell her wife?
Yeah.
I mean, please.
I feel like that's something she should know. I'm 120.
Oh wow. Rue's 22, so you know that's pretty close.
At least you're legal. It would have been
It's
really
younger
uncomfortable.
elves.
Oh god.
Huh.
Dang.
Karu, you said you're 22?
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
That's not even what I was thinking. I was thinking about how old Phelan is.
How old is Phelan?
Not 22.
How old?
So, you hear okay.
Listen, I'm married to a 120-year-old. I think I can handle it.
Blow off the dust.
Yeah, I don't know if you can. So, Ilke, a lot of the ruling trio don't like to talk about how old they are because it's complicated is the best way to explain it.
Is it more like Wolf Granddaddy? Rather than
Oh no.
Don't like
It's
that.
like I remember hearing about the ancients and the order.
Good night. I have to go.
Listen, I flirted with Wolf Dad before I knew his age.
Age is just a number, guys. We're in the Fey realm.
That's
This
accurate.
is-
Oh.
Anyway, so Ilke looks to you all and just excitedly says, you know, as everyone in Sirumel knows, of course, though for the younger of you, you may not have experienced it yet. Every 50 years, there is a week-long festival that is held called the Celebration of the Six. Think of it kind of like God bless Gatsby. Think of it kind of like the Olympics being held, where every time it's held, a different court hosts it. And so it moves from court to court. So, for example, 50 years ago, it was held in the Court of Stories. 50 years before that, it was in the Court of Winter, and so on and
Please
so
tell me
forth down the line. Huh?
We get to carry the torches. Please tell me we get to carry the torches. This is like... Yes.
Kinda.
Oh.
So anyway, my brain is like dying because I'm hearing the dog in the background. You have the Celebration of the Six that takes place every 50 years, and it is a realm-wide celebration, not just the court. It is realm-wide. It is the event to be at. As much as I don't like court events, it is the event to be at every 50 years. And Ilke explains its history and explains that in particular, it's held every 50 years to solidify the peace between the six courts. So every court is represented. Each court has their own day where they are celebrated. But the exciting part is that it is the Court of Stars' turn to host it this time. And that's where you all come in. The Envoys have always played a very important role in the Celebration of the Six. And with the Celebration of the Six, it's meant to be a celebration of the six courts, the six archfey, and of when essentially the massive fighting stopped from years and years ago, thousands of years ago. Envoys, Ilke says as he looks to all of you very excitedly. You have an important task to play because we can't have the festival without you. One of the key parts of the festival that ensures that we are all willing to put aside our individual differences in favor of working together for the greater whole, for the greater good, is that every court is expected, the other 5 courts who are not hosting are expected to give up what they love most or what they value most, and they give it to the court that is hosting. For the last 5 rounds, The Court of Stars have even participated and have had to give away the things that they have loved the most, have been the most important to them. And this time around, it's the other court's turns to give to the Court of Stars. It's meant to be a way to show, again, that despite our individual agendas, overall, we care more about ensuring peace in all of Sirumel. Your job is to go to each of those courts, find out what they love most, and bring it back.
Aiko would kind of be like looking among them and kind of like take a small step forward and say, I apologize since I'm not familiar with this. Is it not something that they're forthcoming about?
Ilke kind of smiles. Some of them are. Some of them we have relatively good relationships with and are very forthcoming about what they value most. I can't promise you that'll make it any easier to get what they value most. It is, after all, the thing that they hold nearest and dearest, right? So, what I can say is that there are some courts who might try that and might try to not be as forthcoming. And that's part of why we don't have just anybody become envoys. We have people who are brave, people who are clever, people who can be diplomatic in situations, or, he gestures back to Phelan, people who can fight when necessary.
Aiko's wheels are just turning. And she's going to ask, what kind of things should we expect that may be difficult to procure? What would be things that other courts value?
Aiko, I'll give you the choice, perception or insight check, as you ask this question of Ilke, of what are some of the kinds of things that might be more difficult to procure from courts.
I feel like it would be, oh god, I'm way at the bottom. Okay, I was going to go with insight, and I think I'm going to stick with insight.
Go ahead and go for that then.
Don't fail me. This is important, I gotta rub the tail. Oh god. Okay. That is a 14.
Ilke is normally a very upbeat and positive person. It's strange, really, how often that happens. But you see that their smile kind of drops for a moment before it resumes, like nothing had happened. And he offers, it depends. I've seen just about everything. We do have a few limitations. I've seen everything from gems and jewels being traded and given as offerings to courts. I've seen everything from, important artifacts. There are also times where if there is a child of noble blood or royal blood, that they will go to the other court as a ward of that court until they are old enough to become a citizen and can choose if they want to remain in the court that they've grown up in, or if they would like to go back to their home court.
Aiko's gonna kind of look like a little like, so people can be traded.
Limitations. There's yes, but also no citizens. Citizens cannot be, once a citizen has declared their allegiance to a court, they're protected by that ruler. Touching them would be
If
like 20 people who haven't declared their allegiance can be traded,
Correct.
even if they don't want to go.
Yeah, that's what Aiko was gonna ask. Yeah, Aiko and Karu are just kind of like looking to each other like,
Yeah,
the
Karu's
fuck?
kind of like
It's
not backing up necessarily, but like maybe taking a small step back. Like,
Yeah.
think of it like, again, the goal is that it is working for the greater good. And I can, and Ilke immediately jumps into you. I can assure you from personal experience that they're given the best treatment they possibly can. And I can assure you, and again, jumps immediately to, I can assure you that should that happen with us, I have no intention of harming anybody or making anyone stay past when they need to.
Aiko would say, it's not, that's not what concerns me. Do they have a choice in it at all?
When they're of age, yes. Or I suppose if they were an adult who is unaligned, they could make the choice.
But when they're children, when they're under 20, what if they don't want to go?
Ilke just goes quiet. And you actually see, oddly enough, that Nicola is the one who steps forward and places a hand on Ilke's shoulder and looks to you, Aiko. We can discuss that another time.
Her ears are going to go back because she knows that tone. And she's going to nod and kind of like take a step back. And she's going to look to Saren, kind of like, I'm confused.
Saren doesn't seem surprised by any of this at all. Honestly, nobody in the room aside from, I mean, unless Arcadia and Journey as well, but nobody else in the room is surprised by that information that the youngest or the children of the royal families or of noble families can be sent to live in other courts for the rest of their childhood.
okay, the children of noble families,
Mm-hmm.
like even if they're not 20, they could be sent to live here.
Correct.
If they're 20 or like younger.
So my sister.
Well, that's the thing, is it's, if your sister is what the Court of Winter values most, then yes, your sister would come live
Interesting.
here. But again, it depends on what the court values most, and that's part of why we need envoys who are insightful and perceptive for the courts that may not be as willing to give up what they value most.
Aiko would ask if we make the wrong decision, if we bring back something that we thought they valued most, but it's not, what happens? Because she's thinking it's gonna be like, well, fuck, we started World War. Like, this is great. No pressure, guys.
Saren is the one who actually chimes in on this. In her very ethereal, she's looking more through you than at you kind of way. As she explains, there's always a measure in place for that.
Oh, thank God.
We have to construct it, but there's a particular scale that we use that will measure everything out from court to court. Once all 5 items are with us, then we can see if everything balances out. Should everything balance out, the festival carries on as normal. However, should something not balance out, then there needs to be some words had with that court. It's
What
not
happens
normally
if we can't-
positive.
What happens if we can't make it in time? Like, Aiko's got a lot of questions, and she's gonna apologize. She's gonna be like, I'm sorry, is the festival at the end of it to celebrate the peace? is that a fixed day? Do we have a certain amount of time to get to that, or is it once the task is complete?
It's typically once the task is complete. Once the task is complete, however, in order to prevent something like, one of the courts deciding, oh, we'll just prolong this as long as we can, and then you don't get to, things don't balance out. From when the festival is supposed to happen, or from when the envoys are declared, if a year and a day passes and the festival has not occurred, it's considered a declaration of war between the courts.
There it is. Liz, for sure.
Sorry. The whole time Karu's just like... Sorry, I've been typing in people's chats, don't mind me.
No, I love it. No, because it's so true, because, like, Journey is, like, and I'm not speaking for Journey, but, like, Journey is very calm and collected normally, and Arcadia has lived through this, but I feel like Karu and Aiko are just kind of, like, blindsided, and we're not that great at something like that. Hiding that? Because, like, I know, like, it probably means a lot more to Karu than Aiko, because Aiko doesn't have family, and Karu immediately thought of her sister. Aiko, meanwhile, is just thinking of, like, this is a kind of gray area, like, with what the Order taught her. Like, this is, and it's nothing against the courts. It's the tradition. It's the embodiment of the tradition is, like, kind of what she has, like, a core protest with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it kind of infringes on human rights, and especially the rights of a child.
Yeah, and, like,
yeah,
Aiko being an orphan, then Aiko thinking of Journey, like, Journey, kind of not knowing her mom and, like, having all this going on, like, and then Aiko not knowing her parents. I mean, she's not, like, torn up about it, 'cause she's like, well, they probably had good reason. It's, she's just thinking if someone had a choice, like, that's hard for her to kind of, like, fathom right now. But she's also scared of Nicola, so.
Well, and for what it's worth, technically, the court does have a choice, and the parents have a choice. But it comes with pretty grave consequences.
So, war versus, like, however long vacation, yay!
No one ever said that maintaining the peace was easy. Language in court.
Aiko's gonna look down the line at everyone and just kind of be like, not like in that gesture, but kind of just like raising her eyes, because her ears are still back, because this is all kind of new to her.
Journey's gonna give you the look that we share when you know that she's thinking the same thing as you, but she's not gonna show it.
Girl, okay, got it. Aiko's ears are gonna go back up, because that's actually reassuring, because she's like, oh, thank God. Journey's not like, yeah, children, get in the wagon.
Oh, no.
Like the child snatcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Like.
I will say, Karu is kind of... I mean, she's sort of been checking people's faces kind of quietly, and she's not usually quiet, so it's kind of been... This has sort of been bugging her. But now she's kind of going to look to Phelan's face to sort of see if he shows any emotion or thought about this at all.
Roll an insight check.
Me? Okay. I can do that.
If you want to try to see what's going on with me.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait. I need to figure out how much... I need to figure out my bonus. Oh gosh, where's insight? Oh, okay. Well, it's 21.
Phelan has no major reaction. It's kind of like I explained a little earlier. It's the tradition, and it's something that he's seen before, even if it's been with other courts, where it's been other courts being the ones that are hosting and everything. But this doesn't faze him at all.
Okay.
This is just normal business.
Interesting.
I will say that Arcadia has lived through this already. She doesn't remember
Twice,
a lot of
technically,
it.
for the record.
Yeah. So she's a little more used to it. she's never really like given it a lot of thought, just because it's what happens now. Like it's just kind of, you know, she's used to it. So, but seeing her friends' reactions to it are kind of like making her think, oh, well, maybe. I mean, some different perspectives on it, I guess. But
well, and
overall, she's kind of.
Yeah, and I will say too, kind of keeping in mind, am I the only one that saw that?
Too. I saw it too.
Am I the only one that saw that?
What?
No, I did too.
Okay.
What? Saw what?
Tay? You good?
What happened? What'd you do?
There's a ghost haunting Brass.
What?
What
Turned my TV
happened?
on, but something turned my TV on. I'm in this room alone. I don't want to think about it.
Oh.
Do you want to turn it off? Like, you're good if you want to keep it up, I guess, but I'm just asking if you
No, I
want
need to see this now. Where? What?
No, it just, I watched it happen. The screen was black, and then all of a sudden it popped up with, yeah.
Please
That's
tell me
so
you're watching
spooky.
Dateline. You gotta tell me you're watching Dateline.
I'm not sure.
Turn that off! Get
Whatever
the
the
demons
TV wants
out!
to watch right now, I guess.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn on the light. It's dark in here.
Brass is at Windex store. They told you not to. They told you not to.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. What's up, guys?
Hey, how you doing?
It's all dark now. Hold on. There.
So, yeah, so in terms though of, as you guys are being kind of more nervous about it, and everything, just even outside of what they're telling you, this is me kind of helping explain a little bit. Think about it more like, Handsome did a good, in our chat, Handsome did a good explanation of explaining it's like back in olden days when families of nobles would have children go to the other houses to prevent war. You are not likely to attack if your child is over in that court.
Mhm.
So that's part of where, for them, it's more strategy based, more than, you know, trying to do something nefarious or anything like that. It's more strategy, and over the years, I mean, and thinking about it, like, to think about it, it's been well over thousands of years since these rules were put into place. So even for those of you who haven't gone through and experienced this for yourselves, it would be like saying, you know, it seems weird that in the Olympics only 3 people get a medal. Like, it's just part of what it is, kind of a thing, if that helps. And if that makes sense. Yes? No? Yeah? Yeah?
Well, like it makes sense to Lil, but Aiko is just kind of like still
Right. Fair.
trying to make sense of it.
Fair. But just offering that kind of as like a help sort of thing. So, as you guys are in the throne room, and everyone seems a little bit surprised, you see that Nicola actually squeezes Ilke's shoulder. The hand that's on his shoulder gives it a squeeze. And Ilke almost kind of wakes up from what they were thinking about and just grins again to all of you. So, I have good news and better news for you all. Which would you like first?
Let's start with the good news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good news. To celebrate you becoming Envoys, we are going to be granting you another gift. You received one for being citizens of the court, and we can't express enough how much being an Envoy means to our court. It truly is one of the highest honors. So, you all are being granted another gift from the Court of Stars. The question is, what you want that gift to be.
Are you on the table?
He could be anywhere you want him to be. But
Oh my god.
Wingfox strikes again. I'll go back to my notes. Thank you.
Are you finished?
I mean, you didn't say no.
No. Is that better?
Damn.
Wah, 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 wah. Sorry.
Anyway, so in the Court of Stars table that you all received of the gifts that you can select, the question is what gift you would like. So, if there's anyone who knows what they want, speak up.
I know what I want.
I'm not on the table.
Well, I'm well aware. This is my second choice, thank you.
Ooh.
I was wondering if it would be possible to get an absorbing tattoo.
Oh.
And as you ask that for getting another one of our magic tattoos, Ilke nods, and go away, thank you. Or is going to if I can get this to work.
You're actually gonna nod and roll 20.
No.
Okay.
I'm looking up the absorbing tattoo to make sure that I'm on the same page with you on that.
I know it says the DM has to like roll to see what it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with the absorbing tattoo, yes. However, it is going to be a pretty big tattoo because it's a very rare tatttiu.
So you're gonna be in Melena's shop for a couple days.
Thanks. I need to pick a new place.
Yeah. I saw the placement that you sent earlier, and yeah, you're gonna need new placement unless you want a full skull tattoo.
All right.
Ooh.
All right. So it's rare, so I can pick anything like under rare, right? Rare placement.
It's very rare, is what it has.
Very rare. Oh, that's exciting.
So a very rare tattoo is going to cover 2 limbs, or the chest, or your upper back.
Okay.
So it's pretty big.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's very different from our one before that was a little smaller and everything. So yes, essentially Ilke tells you that you are welcome to do so if that's what you select. That he will send word, or they will send word to Melena to have you meet with Melena and draw up your tattoo and get it done. Courtesy of the court.
Thank you.
So for anyone who doesn't know, the absorbing tattoo, what it does is that it's interesting. It gives you resistance to a type of damage associated with the color of the ink. And then when you take damage of that type, you can use a reaction to gain immunity against that instance of the damage, and you regain a number of hit points equal to half the damage you would have taken. And then once the reaction is used, it can't be used again until next dawn. So, good way to help out against some of the elements and everything. So Karu, you want to roll a d10?
Okay. I'm so excited. Okay, wait. D10. Is the D10 the same as the D100 technically?
The D100 is 2 D10s basically. So you just take like the single digits one.
Single digits. Sorry. I don't know if I should have a D10. I don't know what it looks like though. I've never used it before.
It should be this. You've probably used it, but just use it in conjunction with the others.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's
okay.
just the single digit one.
Okay, wait. I see. Got it. Okay, I will roll it.
Go for it.
Is it okay
I got
if I
a
delete?
0, but I don't think that's on. Oh, would
Oh,
that be
yes,
a
it is.
10?
Yeah,
That's
that's a
10.
10.
Karu,
Okay, great.
you are getting an orange ink tattoo.
Oh.
Fitting with the hair color. And you are getting a thunder absorbing tattoo. So it is going to absorb, you're going to give you resistant to thunder damage, and then you're going to be able to absorb it and regain hit points for it and everything.
Super dope.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
excited.
So I would go ahead and mark that you have a thunder absorbing tattoo now.
Okay.
All right, who's next?
Aiko would step forward and say, after our last run-in over all of this short prelude to our journey, I would really find comfort with the necklace of prayer beads. And for those of you who don't know what that is, this necklace has service announcement. This necklace has 4 magic beads made from aquamarine, black pearl, or topaz. It also has many non-magical beads made from stones such as amber, bloodstone, citrine, coral, jade, pearl, or quartz. If a magic bead is removed from the necklace, that bead loses its magic. So the beads are the bead of favor, which you can use greater restoration. Bead of curing, you can use cure wounds at 2nd level or lesser restoration. Bead of blessing, which is you can use bless, or another bead of curing. To use one, you must be wearing the necklace. Each bead contains a spell that you can cast from it as a bonus action using your spell save DC as necessary. Once a magic bead spell is cast, that bead cannot be used again until the next dawn. So you can use it like daily, but it doesn't go away permanently. But it's not like I can be like, bam, prayer bead, bam, prayer bead, beads for you, Oprah of beads. So yeah, I feel like it would be very her. So,
as you ask for that, Saren actually stands. And she actually walks down to stand in front of you. And you see that she's just smiling and just looks to you, and I am so very proud that you are asking for something that can help others. And you see that Saren actually unclasps the necklace around her neck.
Oh.
And hands you, and actually, sorry, my apologies, doesn't hand it to you. She reaches around and clasps it around your neck and just smiles and says, "This was the necklace that Ilke's grandmother gave me when she found me. That itself is a story for another day. But I hope they guide you well, and they always remind you of the court that will forever be your home, no matter how far you go."
Those of you who don't know, Saren's like my mom. She's just great in every way, shape, and form. She's so great.
She then follows it up by giving you a hug.
Oh, God, yep. Tails are just, like, slow, happy swishing behind, and she's just, like, hugging her back. Like, you have no idea how much she needs this hug right now. And she would, like, say softly, like, "Thank you."
Which is, of course. And she makes her way back to her place on the dais. Arcadia or Journey? What would you like?
Would I be able to get the ghost step tattoo?
I like how everybody is real into the tattoos. It makes me happy.
Except me.
They're so fun.
One day we'll get you a tattoo as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
Arcadia, do you have a tattoo? Alright, cool.
You guys gotta get matching ones now. That's how that works.
Look at
I want
tramp
a
stamps
matching
together.
one with wifey. Oh my goodness.
Journey, you asked for the ghost step tattoo, which, can I just say, is deadly for a rogue. It's going to be the same thing that Karoo has, where it's going to have to cover a pretty large area of your body.
Okay.
It's going to be the same thing where it's either a total chest piece, a total upper back piece, or it covers 2 of your limbs. So you can get it. Just be prepared that it's going to cover a lot of space in order for you to have it. Okay. Then Ilke also nods and just turns to Nicola and just says, "Remind me, we need to tell Milena she has 2 customers this week.
She's gonna be busy.
From us. She's gonna be very busy. They're very big pieces, and it's gonna be a very quick turnaround." But yes, so you can mark that you are going to get the Ghost Step tattoo. For anyone who is not familiar with the Ghost Step tattoo, it has 3 charges and regains all expended charges daily at dawn. As a bonus action, While the tattoo is on your skin, you can expend one of the charges to become incorporeal until the end of your next turn. For the duration, you get the following benefits. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. You cannot be grappled or restrained. So the doll fight would have been real nice for that one.
Easy.
You can move through creatures and solid objects as if they were difficult terrain. If you end your turn in a solid object, you take 1d10 force damage. If the effect ends while you are inside a solid object, you instead are shunted to the nearest unoccupied space, and you take 1d10 force damage for every 5 feet traveled. So just be careful. Be careful where you end. Yeah, it's a pretty. Both of those tattoos are pretty fascinating. So you can mark that you're going to get the Ghost Step tattoo. Just think about, for both you and for Karu, think about placement-wise where you want it. Because that's going to take up space that then can't be used for other tattoos, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Arcadia?
Oh boy. After much deliberation, and a lot of... Oh god, I think I want to go with Helm of Telepathy.
Oh, yes.
I feel like it's fitting.
Now,
That one's cool.
Do you know
You
know
and
where
I.
we are? You know
You
where
and
we are
I,
with
yup,
this, right?
yup.
Arcadia, case outside of character. A certain person, 2 sessions ago, just took telepathy and is now telepathic.
Oh, wow.
That's
I'm
why.
gonna throw up.
I was like, as soon as you said it, I was just like,
For everyone in chat who is confused about why we're panicking, there's a character that Arcadia has already bonded pretty well with, unknowingly. And actually, for my friends who were there for the Court of Stories one-shot, you met this person. But yeah, they have a bit of a bond already, and so the fact that Arcadia and that Case chose, not knowing that this is the case, the fact that she chose the Helm of Telepathy, and the character is telepathic, it's perfect.
Love it.
Yeah, so you said Helm of Telepathy. I mean, I will say, Karu, that's going to make it very difficult for you to be thinking about other people.
That's the real
Arcadia's
reason
around.
why I chose it.
Yeah, so you can gain the Helm of Telepathy. So while wearing this helm, you can use an action to cast the Detect Thoughts spell from it, as long as you maintain concentration on it. So that would mean then that you can't, use any of your spells that use concentration. You can use a bonus action to send a telepathic message to a creature you are focused on. This is even better. It can reply, using a bonus action to do so while your focus continues. You can also, while focusing on a creature with Detect Thoughts, you can use an action to cast Suggestion from the helm on that creature, and then once used, the helm can't be used again until the next dawn. So it's pretty great. Yeah, so that absolutely works out. So as you ask for the Helm of Telepathy, you see that Ilke actually turns to Phelan, who just he gets up and then goes to the back. This is weird to describe Phelan while being Phelan. And returns with your helmet, which looks kind of just like a normal helmet. And then, goes up and holds it out to you. And just says, just before you take it, careful with this one.
Okay, thank you.
So you now have the Helm of Telepathy.
Yay!
Because reading thoughts isn't terrifying.
little scary.
Excellent. So, we have prayer beads given to Aiko. Karu and Journey are both getting tattooed by everyone's favorite Tiefling tattoo artist. And we have Arcadia has received the Helm of Telepathy. With that, Ilke looks to all of you and asks, is there anything else that we can do for you, Envoys?
Oh. Ika would ask if we have time before we go.
You see that Ilke goes, oh, right, the better news. I forgot to tell you the better news. The better news is that before you leave to travel to the first court, first of all, you should probably let me know which court you want to, see first, so that way I'm able to give them a proper notice. And we'll make sure we give all of the courts proper notice to be on the lookout for you all arriving. But the better news is that, yes, you will have about 3 weeks or so as we are preparing and making sure that we receive confirmation from the other courts that you all will be arriving. And then at the end of the 3 weeks, we get to hold a celebration for you all in your honor. It's a tradition in the Court of Stars. I've never gotten to see it myself, so it's very exciting. It's a tradition in the Court of Stars that the envoys are sent, or anytime we have really a incredibly important journey being made by sea, that the realm gathers together and holds a lantern festival, where everybody is going to be writing their hopes and their dreams on the lanterns. And as you sail off to start your expedition, the lanterns get released, and so you are sailing away with all of the hopes and dreams of the court with you.
I am fully picturing Tangled right now.
Yes.
No, literally, me too.
That's my favorite movie.
It's so good.
I'm gonna start crying.
It's so good.
I'm taking a picture for you, Arcadia, later, because my friend and I painted a mural of it in our house. So,
Really?
yeah.
I love
It's
that.
above our stairwell, so if you walk around, it's like the first thing you see.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh.
I'm moving in.
Yes. We have
Do
plenty
it.
of rooms.
Do it. We do it. We will have we'll have more people down here in North Carolina.
Sorry.
But yeah, so that's the better news. Is that the court will arrange for your travel. The court will arrange for your travel and for who you will be traveling with. All you need to worry about, essentially, is enjoying your time or prepping and preparing for the journey ahead. So you'll have about 3 weeks to prepare for the journey ahead of you. In the past, envoys have typically spent that time either by going through and spending time with loved ones and saying goodbye to loved ones, since you will be away for quite some time. We do expect that you will be returning to the court in between your other ventures, given that, holy heck, Handsome, thank you. Sorry, Handsome just gifted 10 subs in the community.
Oh,
or I'm sorry, I should,
thanks,
as Phelan.
A legend.
Thank you. Anyway.
I'll make him say Wolf Daddy.
Wolf Daddy?
Yes!
Oh, no! Yes!
Yes!
I don't have children. It's fine. All right, so, but you will be able, so typically it's been spent where people will spend time with loved ones. There are times where there are envoys who will spend time training or researching the other courts to see what they can learn, any combination thereof. Others, I suppose, have spent their time, just trying to relax before all the work begins. But we do expect that you are returning in between each court, given that you will be transporting that which a Fey court values most. I can't lie to you. There may be some times where, there have been times before where envoys have been targeted. as they are carrying back those items or bringing back those items. So
that's terrifying.
Fair warning. Well, that's why we train and we don't just kiss our way out of situations.
Shots fired.
Aiko's still never been kissed, so look away, Thalen. It's not me.
Karu's kind of glaring at him.
It's true. All right, so, with that being said, is there, Ilke just looks to you all. Is there anything else that the court can do for you? As envoys, again, have the position of highest honor and respect in our entire court. And we are in your debt for the service you are going to be doing for us.
Aiko is going to kind of like raise a hand a little bit and say, it's not so much as asking a favor, but what do you want us to do with the stones? Do you want us to give them back to where we retrieved them? Or are they a gift to you?
Oh, and at that, Ilke immediately hops back down again.
Because we're like holding like sapphires and diamonds, like, woohoo!
Ilke takes the stones and kind of winks it and looks to each of you and just says, gather closer, as he's holding them as they're holding them in their hands, and waits until you're all circled around them, and then looks to each of you, watch closely, and then looks to Arcadia and says, you in particular. And you see that Ilke closes their hands, and then looks to Arcadia and says, do you know the magic word?
I don't know.
Don't you dare say please.
You're part of our circle, you should know the magic word.
Bazinga.
Abracadabra.
Make up a word, Case. This is your moment. You can influence all the circle of stars from here on out. Moo.
Oh, fuck, that's too much pressure.
Is that the word you're telling him?
No.
Alakazam. Chat, we need suggestions.
First one that popped into my head was banana.
Banana.
Maybe I'm hungry, I don't know.
That's fair.
Friendship.
Good choice, yeah. Oh, friendship.
And you see that Ilke goes, friendship, and opens their hand, and where before there were 4 larger stones, as they open their hand, there are 4 small brooches that look like stars. And the different segments of the star are actually pieces of the gems that you brought to him. And hands out the 4 brooches to you all.
These are so sweet. Okay.
Friendship.
Aiko is actually going to be like, okay, wait. So she's going to like gather these up, and she's going to like hold them like in very excitedly to all of them because she's the trinket person, and Arcadia makes jewelry, so this is exciting. And she's going to say, okay, we can't pick one that we held on to, because that's something that someone else held on to.
Each of those 4 brooches are made up of segments of like think of it more like, if you were to look at it, it almost looks more like kaleidoscope.
Like a cosmos swirl.
Yeah, like kind of more of a swirl of these like somehow, some way, Ilke made this magic work where these 4 larger gemstones have almost combined together into this swirl and then made them into 4 star-shaped brooches for you.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, she wouldn't snatch them.
I haven't been looking at Roll20 in a while. When did everyone get so close?
Oh, because Ilke wanted us all
Ilke
to
said,
gather
closer, gather around.
Okay, I just get like I'm in the back. I'm like,
so Ilke still holding out their hands. Friendship?
Yeah. Aiko is going to take one, and she's going to say, first rule is you can't put it on yourself. You have to depend on others. And she's going to go to put one on Karu. And so she's gonna start pinning it on Karoo, and then as she's like pinning it, she's gonna be like, actually, where do you want it? Because like she's not just gonna be like, bam, I'm putting it here. So where would you like it? Where would you like her to pin this?
Oh goodness. I guess probably on my shirt, probably?
Is your top, like, because I noticed it's almost like wrapped kind of like the kimono style. Do you want her to put it like at the shoulder of it, or like at the hip of it? Kind of like as like accent piece?
The hip would be cool.
Alright, I'm pinning it at the hip.
Yay.
Alright. Hit. Pinned. One down.
Arcadia's gonna reach in and take one, and then turn, I guess, just around and pin it to Journey. But where would you like it?
You can just put it on the shoulder.
Okay. I'm just gonna
Thank you.
onto the shoulder that's clothed, not the bare one.
Yes, please.
Karoo's gonna grab one and give it to Arcadia, wifey, and ask her where she would want it.
So you can't really tell, but it's kind of like her shirt is kind of like the white shirt underneath, and then it's like overalls on top. So she's gonna like move her hair, and then just point like to a strap on her overalls, just somewhere.
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
Okay, if we all do ever get together in person, we need to have an arts and crafts night. We need to make these.
Yeah.
Yes.
How
That's
stinking
fair.
cute would that be? Toad's game.
All right, Aiko, where do you want yours?
I have no idea, because your girl just got a necklace and doesn't wear jewelry, so we're gonna have to deal with that here in a hot second.
Lil, I like that just in campaigns you collect jewelry. Like, it doesn't matter what your character is. It doesn't like
So true.
y'all in our off-stream campaigns. This girl has a ring in one campaign, giant slaying. And then over in the other campaign has been collecting pretty princess style jewelry and wearing it like it's like, you know, the coolest thing ever.
It's costume jewelry, and she doesn't know it's supposed to be gaudy, and she's like wearing one giant one, and she gave one to Journey's character who crossed over, and then she gave one to another character, and then she's like, "Does this make me look pretty?" Oh my god, yeah, I'm hoarding jewelry. How big are they? Like, are they like brooches, or are they like little brooches?
They're more like pendant, like kind of pendant size and everything. They're a little bit smaller.
Okay.
Think of it like it's a pin that signifies where you're from and a bit of who you are. But it's nothing that's like, it's not pretty princess.
Aika's just gonna hold on to it for a second and be like, "Give me a second." And she's gonna start holding it up to different spots on her. Like, what looks good? It's just, oh god, she is a woman of simplicity. This is bad. Because I mean, she really doesn't have a whole. I mean, like, she's got her emblem of the order. I guess she'll pin it like, she'll put it on the.
I was gonna say, as you're holding it up everywhere, trying to figure it out, Ilke, who is still standing in front of you while you do this, just offers, if I may, you could always try your sash and have it pinned as part of your sash.
And Aiko's just gonna like smile, like, "Thank you," and she's gonna like nod to Journey and be like, "Okay, I'll let you pick. I'll let you pick a good spot." And she's like tail swishing, like, "Yeah, pin that sash." Like,
What was that?
Like, literally gonna be like, "Pin that sash." Come at me,
girl. So Journey, assuming you pin the brooch, the pin.
Yes.
And then Ilke looks to the four of you and just grins. I feel like I should have something to remember our Envoys by. Especially since friendship was the key word, and I consider you all my friends. And they look to Arcadia and just go, "What was the magic word?"
Friendship!
And you see Arcadia, Ilke reaches behind your ear, like, old school magic trick style, reaches behind your ear and reveals a 5th pin. And looks to all of you and just says, Are you all gonna help me pin this?
Oh. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're besties now.
Aiko's like taking a step back, being like, okay, where do we put it? Like, you know, because now that we're experts on
like...
pinning. Yeah. Her tails are framing Ilke, like, guys, what about this spot? What about this spot? Like, just being careful not to touch them. Because Nicola is literally going to, like, kill her. Oh, God.
As you take a look at Nicola, or not Nicola, as you take a look at Ilke, Ilke is dressed in kind of a more standard like long sleeve shirt, but then has a set of dark blue and purple robes on over it. A little bit more majestic than, you know, given that they're here doing business for the court today. And just looks to you all and where should it go? Well, don't everyone chime in all at once.
I'm trying to, like...
Very important.
Unless you don't want Ilke to be a friend of yours.
Are we talking, like, monk robes? Are we talking, like a super fancy, like, a high imperial court robes?
More like that. It's more
okay.
fancy court robes because all of the ruling trio and Nicola are here on court business, and so they're all in their best. Not necessarily their best like formal wear, but this is kind of Ilke's best everyday look. Which
Journey, where was yours
for a ruler?
I pinned mine to the shoulder, my clothed shoulder.
Okay, because we've got 2 shoulders and we've got 2 waists. So Aiko would say she'd want to put it like on like almost like the middle button for the robe because it represents the balance of our group. Like, but if it looks awful, then you know they can put it somewhere else. But yeah.
Ilke will happily take the pin wherever you'd like to put it. So it is up to you all.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I think it's cute.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah. So Aiko's gonna kind of like look to everyone, get their approval. Like we're all like football huddling. Like, okay, not that button. It has to be high. Okay. Got it. Okay, and then she's gonna be like, okay, here goes. And she's going to actually bring the 2 parts of the robe together and button it. And like, with a brooch.
Ilke, on seeing you do that, just beams. That's brilliant! That is absolutely brilliant. I love it! And is like spinning, and as they spin, their robe kind of spins with them. And looks back to everyone up on the dais and just, look at how lovely this looks, and is just beyond thrilled.
Aww.
Says, look at that belly button.
Saren is smiling pretty happily, watching that Ilke is happy, and watching you all receive this honor. I am not mad. It's fine. It's just normal court stuff.
It's fine if you want one too. I can make one.
Is Aiko offering that?
I mean, Aiko wouldn't say it out loud, but she's planning on studying this and she's going to make them in her free time. Probably talk with Arcadia to make them for the rest of the members of the court. Even Nicola. Even though she's terrified to give one to Nicola, because she'd be like...
Well, I will say that as you look to Nicola, you see that Nicola's actually smiling.
Oh my god. It's a mimic.
That's exactly it. It's Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Nicola's actually smiling as he watches Ilke and sees how happy Ilke is. And just smiles. And then as soon as he notices that any of you are looking at him smile, just stops immediately.
Aiko is still smiling because she's gonna be like, that hot goss. Oh goodness.
It's the worst kept secret of the Court of Stars. So with that, Ilke gives each of you a hug once more, and looks to each of you. And as Ilke looks to you, speaks to you pretty individually. Whenever Ilke speaks to you, they make it feel like you are the only person in the room. And so looks to Arcadia and just offers, "Oh, be sure to give Tara and Costas my love when you see them again. I'm sure that they would. They'll be so proud of you. They'll be so proud that you've accomplished this." I need to have a counter on screen of how long it takes for or how many sessions we go where I keep making Case cry. Sorry.
A really high counter.
They look to Karoo, and kind of move a little closer and lean in. I hope you get to enjoy your time with all of your friends that you've made in the court.
Oh.
And
Me too.
And do you live at this address? And they actually list out your address. That's your address, isn't it?
Sorry. Who's telling me this?
Ilke, the ruler.
Okay.
Ilke's asking. That's your address, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering what that paper was.
If you don't mind me asking, where did you find it?
Oh, Phelan's room.
Ooh! Aiko is literally like tails, just. But she's like calming them down, like stop.
Karoo's gonna like kind of just like look past him at Phelan and just kind of like grin.
Oh, shit-eating grin.
Phelan gives you the you know when a dog looks at you and is just kind of like the huh kind of look. That's essentially what happens. Is that as Phelan, who can't hear this as Ilke is whispering to you, sees the two of you whispering and then sees you look over, just and shakes his head and looks away.
Oh my god.
And then turns to Aiko, and again gives a really big hug, and just says, "I am so proud of all the work that you've done for our court so far. Saren is proud of you. Nicola won't say it, but Nicola's proud of you. And I am beyond thrilled to see what awaits you. So be sure to give the sisters, my love, and tell them that I say hello, and that they can't be strangers around here, right?"
Right.
Excellent. Maybe I'll have to stop by and visit the town sometime. It's been a minute since I've been there. And then Journey, Ilke turns to you, and again, big hug, like massive hug, very excited, and offers, "Be sure that you tell Milena that I said hello, and please tell her thank you, because I know we are sending a lot of work her way to be done in a very short amount of time. But Journey, thank you as well for your work that you've done for the court before the Envoy business and everything. It hasn't gone unnoticed."
I'll do my best to make you proud.
Oh, well then it's done.
Oh, stop. We need this positive influences in our lives.
We've had a lot of dolls and woe striders, and it's nice just to get a "I'm proud of you."
Yeah, just like, that parental figure being like, "You did good, kid."
You did good. So with that, Ilke returns to the dais. Again, you notice that it's at the behest of Nicola going, like, "Come on, let's go." Ilke hops back up to the dais and looks to all of you and just says, "Envoys of the Court of Stars, we are honored and proud to have you among us. And in 3 weeks' time, we will be proud and honored to see you on your way, on your journey. Oh, which reminds me, where are you guys headed exactly so I can be sure to let your transportation know?
So I imagine this is above table. I imagine that on the walk back, this was something we kind of all discussed. Being like, hey, so we did it. We did the damn thing. So what court do we want to go to first? Kind of thing. Because I know we discussed it outside of stream. But is that something that we want to go with, or do we want to be discuss it now and kind of be like, okay, rock paper scissors, or just how do we want to present it?
I'm the worst decision maker in the world. If you guys haven't noticed yet, but
because Aika would be fine with going along with that, of being we discussed on the way over here that it seemed like Court of Falls might have a lot of answers for some of us. So we're thinking of going to Court of Fall first, and then who knows, maybe just make the way around the clock from there.
fine with me.
I mean, also above table, definitely not reading Teach's chat right now, but Teach has been working on a specific court for a while, so we might want to stick with that.
we already decided
You're
Court
gonna
of Fall.
No, I know you are. I know you are. I teased in for everyone who's not there, I teased in chat. So help me, they're gonna pick a totally different court now after I've built almost all the maps for Court of Fall.
Yeah.
So guys, I think we should go to a different one.
Spring.
I want winter. Bubba wants to go to spring. You want to go to spring?
That does not look like a spring face.
Oh, those are spring kisses, though.
Oh, we should go and be...
Winston's been here the whole time. You just can't really see him.
Oh no, I saw motion, which because it scared me at first, but not as bad as Taylor's TV just turning on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get surprised from animals. She gets surprised from Satan.
Tiefling.
Wanted.
Pardon?
Yeah. So
the TV turned on.
So you guys have decided. Oh, that was all my back. So you guys decided to go to Court of Fall. So Ilke, and I love that you can tell that my chat turned off Phelan for a minute. Ilke immediately then just looks to each of you and just nods in excitement and just absolutely. And of course, if there's anything we can do to help you get ready for going to the Court of Fall, we can do our best to maybe try to give you a heads up of what you might encounter or anything along the lines if that would help. But we can talk more about that during, your time that you have left in the court until you leave. Excellent. So with that, you see that Nicola actually is the one that kind of gives you the look of like you're dismissed kind of thing.
Just getting this brooch last.
It's less that and more so like if Ilke could just talk to you all day, they would. But you get the sense it's more of like Nicola kind of like keeps Ilke on track with things of like you have places you need to be, you have other people you need to talk to, and kind of keeps him on track that way. But yeah, so Envoys, as you can officially be called now, you guys are each going to have about 3 weeks that you can choose what you would like to do and how you'd like to spend that time. I'm going to pull you guys back out to the overall Court of Stars map to kind of give you an idea, again, of where everything is. So you can choose how you spend that time. Obviously, Karu and Journey, you're going to be spending part of that time getting tattooed by Milena.
Yay!
Up to you if you guys want to be tattoo buddies and go same day. But you
really should.
We should get our names tattooed on each other too.
No.
But you can choose how you want to spend those 3 weeks. So you guys can choose that you want to stick together as birds of a feather and go places as a group. You can choose you want to split off. You can choose any combination of things. But essentially, you have 3 weeks until you are leaving for the Court of Stars, and 3 weeks until you're going to have the festival.
Leaving for the Court of Fall.
Fall, that one.
I was like, wait,
I
this
was
is a mind
testing
fuck.
you.
I thought we were in the Court of Stars.
Yeah, no,
Can I ask a
leaving for the Court of
question?
Fall. Yes, what's up?
Is my house finished?
Mm-hmm.
Could we maybe have a sleepover?
So here's the good news.
We're definitely having a sleepover.
So, Karu, your house is in the city of Palathus. I'm double checking.
Okay.
I do have it, right? I know I've made it. I'm like...
I just mean sometime before we leave to, like, celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sorry.
I also just really want to see it.
That's me, like, looking over, like, we do have it, right? We do have it. We do. Cool.
Okay.
That was just my brain, like, for a second, like, I'm pretty sure we do. But yeah, so we do have that. What I would recommend is, or what you know might work out best is Palathus is the port city for the Court of Stars. So because the Court of Fall is across the sea, you're going to be sailing there.
Okay.
Boats. So good news with that is that for the, I'm double checking that I have it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. Oh, I was so scared. I'm like, did I mess up? But for the court of, or for spending the night at Karu's, that might be a good place to stay for when you guys are all reconvening and everything. Then maybe the night before the festival would probably be a good bet. Because by the end of the 3 weeks, you all should be making your day to the port city so that you can get ready to leave. So, question is, what would you guys like to do? And is there anything where folks are like, I want to go do this on my own, or I want to have the group with me in particular, or things like that? What's your game plan?
Arcadia is definitely going to want to visit her parents, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to extend the offer to everybody that they are more than welcome to come with her. She wouldn't mind having a group, but if they also want to do whatever during that time, whenever we end up going there, then that's also fine. But the doors are open for everybody else.
Okay. So Arcadia wants to make a point of getting to go home to see parents.
Doesn't matter when, just like
just at some point.
Like she's just gonna.
Yeah.
Good. Cool. What else would everyone like to do? What's the game plan? Because I kind of want to hear. Like my goal is kind of hearing game plans, and then we'll play out what happens with game plans and
I
everything.
mean, the tattoo is calling me.
Aiko is going to probably spend a little bit of time in town, like with Saren, maybe like a day or so, because she wants to be able to spend time with her before she goes. But then she is definitely going to make a point to go back to Ururia, because after everything with the future stuff, she wants to touch base with Saren and the sisters. So she'd probably spend at least a week in Ururia.
Okay.
And then she might kind of like spend a little bit of time in Odiseo saying hi to Arcadia's family with her.
Okay.
And in Aerith. I think I said Odiseo on accident.
I knew she meant.
Yeah, because then I'd like to, she would definitely extend the invite to Journey, because she knows that Journey doesn't really have a whole lot of people, so I'd like to think that she's gonna like hit Aerith with Arcadia and then make it back to Odiseo, pick up her stuff for sleepover stuff if Arcadia wanted to come too, then going to Ururia and spending a week there, getting to know all of them. And then, you know, she might stay there for a little bit longer and then meet up with everyone in Palathus to do Karu sleepover and see Karu's hometown.
Okay. Journey or Karu, what's your game plan? What are some of the things that you would want to make sure you get done in these 3 weeks?
Journey's definitely going to want to get her tattoo. And she's also she does want to go with Aiko because she wants to know more about Aiko's life before she met her, and she thinks this would be a good chance for that. So,
yeah.
The sisters are a hoot. They're just an absolute hoot.
Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. So, and then Karu, what would you like to do, or what are the things that you want to make sure you do in your 3 weeks before you guys get ready to head out?
Well, I do want to go for the tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to meet the sisters as well. It sounds
Oh
like a
yeah.
lot of fun.
Yay!
But I don't want Arcadia to be alone. I feel bad about that.
Oh, Arcadia's coming too if she wants.
Really?
I
Oh
assume
yeah.
so.
No. Oh, this is an open invitation for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just meant when she goes to see her family. I didn't want her to travel alone if she doesn't want to.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay,
We'll go with
but
her.
yeah,
We'll
I was
escort
gonna
her.
say,
separate
so
times,
okay,
yeah.
so it sounds like everyone's gonna kind of basically swing. This makes me giggle. You're basically going back to where you were, like everywhere you were at the start, and then are heading back over through to the port city, which actually to get there, you're gonna be cutting through Urea. It's gonna be on your way. So it sounds like everyone's kind of headed back down to Aerith so that Arcadia can say goodbye to parents. On the way back up, picking up journey stuff in Odisseo, right?
Yep.
And then, so from Odisseo, then swinging back up over to Urea, and then down to Palathus, where you guys will be leaving by boat.
Marley.
Beep, beep.
No.
No?
No, sorry.
Oh.
Cam's dog was licking his paws and he's not
Oh,
supposed to do that.
I was like, okay, I guess not
Sorry,
then.
no. No, that sounds great. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
I don't know how to mute on this keyboard.
You're doing great.
You're fine.
Okay.
It's a-okay. I was just confused because I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Is there something else that you wanted to do that I
No,
missed?
you're good.
Is that what it was? All right. Yeah. So then we're actually gonna start then with Karu and Journey getting their tattoo with Milena, because that way then you guys have time for it to heal.
Yay!
This is how you know you have a tattoo, DM, is that I'm like, we gotta let this thing heal before you guys are off at sea.
Probably a
Nonsense.
good idea.
So you guys are able to, I mean, are you guys going on the same day, or are you going on different days?
You
I'd
want
like
to
to
go
go
on the same day?
Yeah!
For moral support, they're gonna be
Let's
big
go.
tattoos, so.
They are. Love it. So, so Milena actually is thrilled to see you both. Where Ilke was worried about, like, oh, I feel bad we're giving her all this work. Oh, Milena is ready. And like before you guys are even in the door, like she has bolted over to the door, has it open, and is like halfway out the door into the street herself, going, "Come on in! I'm so excited!" And is just beyond thrilled. So the question is, what designs you guys would like for? Oh, I love Brass your face with the oh. Or would you like Milena to decide the design?
Wait, she can decide?
I mean,
That's kind of fun.
she can if you feel like you trust her enough.
I kind of, I had like a sort of idea, like just
Mhm.
something I guess I wanted included in it.
Yeah.
But I was thinking upper back. Because I kind of like it on like the shoulders areas.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's gonna be big, so
Mm-hmm.
I was like looking at stuff for upper back and I could not find anything I liked on Pinterest.
Me.
But I was thinking, I definitely want to involve stars in some way because the Court of Stars has become very important to Karu. And not only that, but the friends that she made through it. And she actually feels like she belongs somewhere for the first time and feels really connected.
Are you open to suggestions?
Yes.
Okay, so you said would be upper back, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or like so like lower tip of scapulas up to shoulders. Is that upper back?
Yeah, about there.
Yeah.
Okay. You could do like galaxy style on your back, and then you could do different types of constellations that have special representation to you, like of like, you know, like this one is like, oh, this is like, you know, this would be seen if you're in the Court of Winter, but like, oh, this is like, you know, and this one reminds you of your sister. This one is, you know, a constellation of a cow and reminds you of Arcadia's love for cows. This one's a constellation of like, you know, a fox, or this one's a constellation of a bow or an archer, like, you know,
Oh, I
something
love
like that.
that.
If you like that idea, that was just immediately because like I know you have the rose tattooed with that galaxy style. I feel like that would be really cool to blend in.
Hmm.
But
I like that a lot.
yay!
Okay, I'm gonna do that then.
So as you describe your idea to Milena, that you want to have that like galaxy theme continue across the galaxy theme continue across your back, and have different constellations. She nods and can I add something to it?
Absolutely.
Great. Can I surprise you with it?
I trust you.
Do you?
A little less now, maybe.
It's fine. It'll be great. Have I ever steered you wrong before?
Absolutely not.
Well, there you go. That's all you need to know. And so she goes through and does Karu's tattoo, and then goes through and does Journey's tattoo. And so as she does Karu's tattoo, it's not pleasant because it's a pretty big one. But by the time that she finishes, she cleans it all off and gives you a mirror and then has you in front of a mirror so you can take a look at what's on your back, and just asks, "What do you think?" And Karu, you now have a giant smiley face on your back. No, I'm kidding.
It's about to like.
It's a dick.
Oh my God.
I was going with G-rated. Yeah, no, so you find that she has in fact given you that design of you see that the upper part is that galaxy, and has like some constellations that are like, if you look very closely, you can see them woven into it, but you have to kind of look for it.
Mm-hmm.
What she's added is she's added a sailing ship sailing through the galaxy. And the ship looks like it's in the middle of this storm of stars. Given that you have a thunder-absorbing tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
And so it looks like it's in the middle of this storm of stars. And you can see that there's enough detail in the ship that it's a little bit beaten and worn, but it is definitely still fighting.
Cool.
So she kind of sits back and takes a look at it and just says, for the days that the road ahead isn't so pleasant. Hopefully it reminds you to keep going.
Crew's gonna give her a hug.
Oh, she easily hugs back. It's just like,
I wanna let her know how meaningful it is.
I'm glad. I mean, all of my work is pretty precious, but I'm pretty proud of this one.
Thank you.
And she immediately then turns to Journey and just, "You're next. Come on, victim."
Do it. Well, I need your creativity.
All right.
I need your creativity for an idea.
So your tattoo
All right,
is
where
the
you getting
tattoo of
it?
Ghost Step. It's
Yeah.
And so you have
It's
the
gonna
same
be
thing.
on my upper back too.
Perfect. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Upper back buddies.
Because I already have one like sort of on my chest. It's a little one, but
Yeah.
I was thinking of like maybe incorporating my mirror into it somehow, or maybe like all of our flowers that we have, like to symbolize us.
Well, so what's the step thing that you have? What
Ghost
does it
step?
do?
It
That's
turns
all
you.
right.
It
Does
turns
the-
you incorporeal for a minute, like not a minute, but like for a little bit.
What if? Okay, hear me out. I don't have any tattoos. Wow, I'm Harley already. So, what's it called?
I was gonna say I do have an idea if you want.
Yeah.
if
Go
you're
ahead, because
interested.
otherwise, I was gonna say
Yes,
otherwise.
are
I was
you-
gonna say.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say if you want to do it, because like kind of like leaning towards like the death aspect of things, it would kind of be like the Georgia O'Keeffe's where it's like the flowers with like the skulls. Like I feel like that could look really cool, and like the different flowers kind of like with that style kind of like sweeping across and like with a sense of like mortality. But continue.
Journey, are you telling Milena that you want it to look like your mirror?
Mm-hmm.
So cool.
She hasn't seen your mirror. So the first thing she's going to ask is, "Oh, can I see it?"
Yeah, of course. And she pulls it out and shows it to her. She hands it to her.
And so
Just trust her.
as you hand it to her, you notice that Milena gets a very confused look on her face. This is a mirror, right?
Yes, it is.
I don't see myself in it.
It's a special mirror. I'm not quite sure why yet, but I know it's special for me. somehow.
Do you
What do
see
you
anything in
see?
it? Yeah. Because, like, she holds it up to Karu, and Karu, you don't see yourself in it either. You basically see,
What did they
like,
see?
just,
What do you guys see?
you see kind of like the room reflected back, but you're not there. And Melena's not there.
Interesting.
And so she holds it up to you, Journey, and just says, do you see anything?
Yeah, when I look into my mirror, I see myself, but as a child.
Oh. Interesting. Weird. And she kind of like chuckles a little bit and looks back at it like with like almost like a newfound appreciation for it. And then she looks back at you and just says, I need your help with something then.
All right.
I want to draw a picture of you as you see you in the mirror. Can you help
like
guide me
that.
on that? Since I can't see
Of
it?
course. Mm-hmm.
And so, as you, actually, no, my apologies. She can see you, because Karu, same for you. When you guys see Journey's reflection in the mirror, you see Child Journey. So
Wait,
you see.
when I see her as well?
Yeah, sorry. My apologies. I said that. Yeah, because I said that wrong the first time around. So when you and Milena look into the mirror, you can't see yourselves, but you can see Journey's reflection. But when she's reflected back, she's a child.
Interesting.
Weird, as Milena says. And so, Journey, you notice that Milena just says, you know, if you could just do me a favor and just hold it and let me work for a minute, I've got it. And she again kind of pauses for a second, like she's about to get into her mode, and then just goes, if you trust me, right?
Of course, always.
My favorite answer. And she sits really close to you, and is almost like huddled, like she's like huddled over her sketchbook, but is trying to hide it so you can't see it. And is just huddled real close to you as she like looks back up at the mirror and then like starts sketching, and then looks back to the mirror and then starts sketching. And she does this for a while, and like even when either of you try to talk to her, she's just like, nope, sketching. And then after she finishes, she keeps the design hidden, and then looks to you and just says, do you trust me?
I do.
Great. Take a seat. And she starts doing the tattoo, which again, not pleasant because it's a big one. But what you notice is that, or what you see afterwards when she's finished, is that the tattoo that she's created, since it goes all the way across your upper back in order for you to have all of that worked into it, is that she has actually tattooed your mirror. And in addition to tattooing like kind of like the mirror on one side, you do have some of those flowers, including the one that you always have like in your hair, that are added in, kind of surrounding it or framing the mirror. And then there is a small tiefling child, that actually seems to be like almost like hopping up and like peering into the mirror and like trying to look inside. And inside the mirror, there is a more ghostly figure that is looking back at the child. And she kind of explains, ghost step. As the two are kind of like peering at each other. And then down around the child, there are the rest of the flower petals that, kind of trail off and kind of cascade down like the other side of your shoulder.
I love it. It's like a picture from a storybook.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of her aesthetic that she went for with that one, was more like illustration style for it. And she just looks to you and, well,
I love it so much. Like, I'm gonna be forever grateful for this. Thank you.
Oh.
My favorite answers. You always know what to say to me. And she just grins and looks to both of you and is just thrilled. Now you're gonna make sure to come say hi, right?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Good. Where are y'all headed next?
So how long did that take?
That?
How many days was that?
Oh, Milena works fast. That would have been a day.
Okay.
She fast. It's also just gonna be real painful for y'all. No, but that was sorry. That was clarifying. That was Milena asking where you guys are headed, as she's kind of trying to figure out where you guys are off to in general, because she's heard like word spreads pretty fast that you guys are the new Envoys and everything. So her question for you is more of just where are you going first?
We'll be heading to the Court of Fall first. We've decided.
Oh, you're gonna get to meet one of my buddies. Oh, good luck. You will need it with him. He is a handful and a half.
That's not ominous at all.
What's his name, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, Rin? His name is Rin Kazuma. He's, interesting. He's interesting. Just, don't fall for any of his tricks. You were both way, way out of his league.
Oh, those tricks.
Those tricks. I just hear the soft murmur.
Those ones.
Wily tricks.
No,
my
but
mother warned me about.
she chuckles and just says, I do have a shop set up in Court of Fall if you ever want to stop by. I have a little magic for getting around. Well, good luck, and he's gonna tell you the worst one-liners. You just ignore them and you keep moving. Or you outdrink him. That's the even better way to get him to shut up.
Thanks for the
We all
tip.
know Melina can outdrink anyone.
You know it.
True.
So she just kind of chuckles and just says, make sure to swing by and stop by in my shop. I'm always happy to have you. And if you ever need a taste of home, you know where to find me. So, with that, if there's anything else that you guys wanted to say or do with Milena, or you can go home and sleep the rest of the day through with your recovery from your tattoo.
Yeah, Aiko's apartment right now is come and go for anyone. If anyone's still, needing a place to crash, just a heads up. Just pick up after yourself and flush.
I like how that's our standards. Just flush, guys. Just flush.
Why that role was created.
Journey. She's used to conserving water in her poverty apartment.
So rude.
Arcadia.
Are you my friend again?
You wanted to swing down and see your parents?
Yes. Am I emotionally ready for it? No.
No.
Oh. Are we not emotionally ready for the feels?
No.
I love just that.
Never am.
Where are you guys? Nope. Oh, there you are. I was trying to find you. I'm like, I don't see where they went. Cool. Not me really quickly moving things around. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Where'd it go? There it is. Alright, so, you guys, after Journey and Karoo get their, tattoos done, and everything, you guys then set out and you make your way back, walking fast, faces past, you are homebound, or Arcadia is at least. You make your way back to, Arcadia's home, where she has her own home on the same plot with her parents. Arcadia, the moment you are within sight of both of your parents, they just stop everything they're doing, and you just hear a loud shout from where you are, "Cupcake!"
Jesus.
I forgot.
I see ya, Cupcake!
Oh.
God.
As
my
your
God.
dad just like rushes up to you and just
Oh goodness.
picks you up, swings you around, giant bear hug, and it's the hug where like you're up in the air and he's like swinging you back and forth like that, and you're just like, okay, this is happening now. And your mom isn't too far behind, but is just like, you can't break her. The court needs her now.
Didn't before, but
But now especially. Yeah, so he drops you, and then immediately like after he drops you, for Aiko, Journey, and Karu, you also get the bear hug treatment, as you are family by this point. And so he immediately goes and just takes turns hugging each of you and giving you the big like dad like clap on the back kind of thing, and is just beyond thrilled to see you all again. And just, oh, look, and he kind of turns back. He's like, Tara, look at us. We got some envoys in the house.
God,
Aiko just turns
Arcadia,
around and leaves.
She's like visibly embarrassed. but like in a, not like in a bad way, but just like, oh my God, Dad, stop. Like when your dad is clapping really loudly at your like elementary school
Oh yeah, that's
play.
the energy.
Oh,
that's,
no!
that's my baby. Yeah, that's the energy he's bringing. That's
My
the energy.
dad cheered at tennis matches, and you're not supposed to. And my dad was like, "Yeah, you get him, Tiger!" And I was like,
Yep.
"Oh my god."
Yep, no, that's the energy.
That's
That's the
that
exact
energy.
energy that he's bringing. Whereas your mom is kind of more like the parent who quietly sits back and is like, I'll tell her afterward that I'm proud of her.
Love it. Here for it.
Yeah, so no, they immediately like pull you into hugs, and yeah, Kostas is just like, I want to hear everything. What all have you been doing? What's been going on? I need to know. Have there been boys?
No.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
Dad, you
All
don't
right.
have to worry about the
No.
boys.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about boys, Dad. Anyway, moving on.
Aiko's tails are just like flitting back and forth, like I say nothing.
Did you say that out loud, Arcadia?
No.
Okay.
That was just me saying.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure because I was like, oh, is he going to react to that?
Oh God.
For the record, and for
Roll
anyone
for
who would,
deception.
I was saying for the record, for anyone who would be nervous, he wouldn't care about anything same sex or anything like that. Not at all. He'd be fine with it.
Oh no.
It would just turn into he's gonna then grill all three of you, and be like,
That's what I was preventing there.
Sir, I am a virgin.
Karu, you see that Hey hops off your shoulder and immediately like wanders over to the other chickens over in the coop and is just like kind of flitting around, very happy. You do see that Arcadia, your parents have gotten a new rooster, so they do have a new one to replace Hey.
So awkward. They can have like a rooster off, like a cockfight.
Oh
Stop.
no! Plus,
Please.
I would say plus Hey is too dumb to even realize that's a
He
thing.
would get buried. We'd have to intervene. It'd be like, oh.
Yeah, no, I'm not DMing a chicken fight. So that's my nightmare. But your parents immediately are like, how's everything going? What's going on? And like are surrounding you with a flurry of questions, and are just beyond thrilled. Yeah. What would you like to do at home?
I want to go say hi to Pumbaa.
You can 100%
Aiko's
go say hi to
immediately-
Pumbaa.
Aiko's immediately gonna go up to Tara and like Costas and say, is there anything we can help with?
And
As always.
you see that Costas actually, like, he does the ruffle your hair thing that he does to Arcadia, but he does it to you, Aiko. And it's like, well, you're family now, so you're doing chores. Let's go.
Yep. Oh no, oh guys, just wait till you meet the sisters.
Oh no.
This is great.
And as like he tries to go take you off to go do chores, like Tara's me like, no, they're guests. They are still guests. Okay.
I
And
would
just,
already be like
caves.
rolling up sleeves, like it's fine, Mrs. Lothar.
Yep. Good luck.
I love the pause of Yeah, so absolutely, yeah.
Chores
Like
time.
they immediately put you to work, and are happy to take any help that they can around the farm, with tending to crops, taking care of the animals, with getting things ready inside and and they immediately start getting ready like a whole big family dinner, like family style, massive dishes, like that everyone's just gonna have to like grab their best helpings of, like you all are getting fed until you are full, and then you're getting fed some more.
All right, I'm in. I love this. Aiko's gonna try to make desserts if she can.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you offer, Tara's immediately like, yeah, go for it. Like I'm more than happy for that.
Yeah. I like to think that she's going to make rice pudding because I know that they have like grains and stuff, and then she's going to do like a hint of lavender on top with like honey.
Oh my god, that sounds delicious. Can I have it? Can you just make that for us?
For real.
Yeah, I can. I can definitely make that. Make it for wifey.
Oh. Wifey who's in drag today, but like it's fine. It is what it is.
Yeah. Approved.
So, Arcadia, you wanted to go say hi to Pumbaa?
Yeah.
You see Pumbaa is kind of like strolling up at the top, and is like kind of currently on like rotation, I guess, or like is kind of like doing his rounds of watching everything. And as soon as he sees you, just immediately, Case, you good?
Oh god, what'd she do?
Case?
I'm looking at Ryan. He was showing me something.
Okay.
Oh.
I just saw you
What's he
turn
showing
around.
ya?
I was like, Pumbaa's not actually there, buddy.
Oh, I get it. Sorry.
You're good. But you see that Pumbaa comes up, and as soon as he sees you, comes up to you and does like, in Lion King when Simba's being presented and all the animals like bow in their own way, he does that to you, where he like kind of like lowers his head as much as he can, but he's giant, so it's a little hard to completely bow, but does his best to bow to you.
Oh my god. I'm gonna give him a head pat. Head.
Yeah, and he is beyond thrilled to get to see you, and just kind of gives a little like a snort as you give him a head pat, and then stands up and resumes looking very, very intimidating and majestic, and just continues with his patrol.
I love him so much.
Anything else you would like to do while you're at home, as you all go on to have a lovely evening with the Tsaelthars and share the stories of your adventures, share what you've been up to, anything you would like to discuss with them, as they are, for what it's worth, both elves who have been around for quite some time.
Yeah. One of the things, like, so while in the fields, Aiko, she's slaving away, would say something along the lines of like, she wants to know, like, since they'll be traveling, since they're, living on a farm and they know agriculture pretty well, she wants to know if there's any like herbs that she should know of, like in case like there's poison, or in case that like they're hurt and like she needs to like help them, like what to look for. So she's just kind of like, asking along those lines, like already like planning ahead in that sense.
Yeah, and you see that Costas kind of thinks about it. We might have an extra herbalist kit in the house, if you want to take that with you. If that's going to stop Arcadia from anything bad happening to her. Lord knows, Tara almost killed me the first time something almost happened to her.
Yeah, no. Aiko would like be nodding fervently, like, if someone can teach me how to use it, then yes, please.
Tara would be your best bet. She usually used to patch me up when I would come in from visiting the wilds, and being a little bit more daring than I am now. Daughter to think about and all.
Yeah, and then she'd probably save like the more serious questions for like dinner time,
Yeah.
I guess. Like when they're all together.
Yeah, so I would say as you're working in it, and as you go back into the house and are kind of helping Tara out, and mention that herbalist kit, she's happy to kind of show you like the gist of how to use it. So Aiko, you won't be proficient with it because it's just you haven't had enough time to become proficient with it and everything. But you do have an herbalist kit that you can take with you.
Okay.
That you know at least like the gist of like how to use it and everything.
Got it.
That they're happy to give. Especially as Tara says, if it means making sure that my daughter comes home in one piece and that all of you come home in one piece, I am beyond happy to give you this. Did I tell you about the time that her father lost her in another court?
No. Aiko wants to hear this.
Oh, let me
Arcadia?
tell you what my husband did.
Is Arcadia in earshot of this?
Arcadia, you still hanging out with Pumbaa and the animals?
Oh, I guess I could go.
Or
near
did you
them.
want to say, or if you want to go back inside, you can go back inside.
I want to be here for that.
Okay. Yeah, Arcadia, you walk in just as your mom goes, let me tell you about the time that my husband lost our daughter, and my daughter thought it was a great idea to run away in an act of rebellion.
If she walks in and sees that, Aiko's gonna turn and be like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Arcadia's like stopped in the door, and she's like, "Should I be here, or do you want me to?"
Oh, you can absolutely be here, sweetheart, because I need you to remember what you did. So,
Roasted! Aiko is
50
sitting up.
years
This is
ago.
great.
50 years ago, the cute little Arcadia that you see before you, sorry, the cute little Alette that you see before you, was a rambunctious, rebellious spirit. And she kind of pauses and realizes she's talking to not an elf and goes, she was essentially teenage and was having her rebellious years. Oh my goodness. I made the mistake of allowing Kostas to take our daughter with him on one of his trips to the Court of Stories. And do you know what happened? Arcadia, do you want to tell what happened?
Arcadia's
Oh,
like, she's like standing there in shame, kind of like she should have gotten past the guilt of this and like the embarrassment.
Yeah, it happened 50 years ago.
She thinks about it. It keeps her up at night.
This was the one shot, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Shame.
Uh,
Such shame.
and you see that as Arcadia's still sitting there like, immediately Tara's like, all right, I'll tell it then.
God.
Kostas took her to this small village that he used to do business in, and still does, but has not taken our daughter to since after this. And Arcadia decided, for whatever reason, that her act of rebelling that day was going to be to wander away from her father in a busy market, and then wander off into the woods by herself. Does that sum it up, Arcadia?
She's gonna like start to kind of defend herself, but then looking at the way her mom is looking at her, she's gonna just shut up and just let her
Like,
go on.
your mom has the look on her face where it's the mom look of, oh, I'm never letting you live this down kind of thing, because I'm never letting you forget this mistake.
Yeah, so she's gonna start to defend and then just give up and let it keep going.
Yeah, and as that happens, Kostas walks in and is like, oh, are we almost done with dinner? And just sees like the look on your face and then sees the look on Mom's face and just goes,
Daggers.
oh, it's this story, isn't it? Oh. And Tara immediately goes, yeah, Kostas, why don't you tell the story then, since you know exactly what story I'm trying to tell our guests. So, yeah, so Alette decided to run away, and I lost her. It was very terrifying, and it was very much my mistake. I should have kept a better eye on her, and you can tell from the way he's saying it,
Recited it.
he's had this conversation many, many, many times. And he's just, But the good news is the envoys from the Court of Stories actually, interestingly enough, were the ones who helped me and helped save Alette that day from hags and basilisk, one of them said, and moving stonework. She got into a lot of trouble, but it was my fault that I took my eyes off of our daughter, and that is my responsibility. I will never make that mistake ever again. Ever. Mm-hmm.
Aiko's gonna say, did you call her Alette?
And Tara just, like, looks to you and is like, have you not told them your name?
And Aiko's gonna be like, are you not Arcadia?
Body
No,
snatcher.
Arcadia is the name that I picked for adulthood. But as a child, I was called Alette. And they still call me Alette.
I call you
Most of the
Cupcake.
time.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
yes, okay. Dad calls me Cupcake.
I want to be called Rice Krispie by the time this is over. I
Done.
just want to throw that out there.
Done.
Yes.
If you tell Costas you want to go by Rice Krispie, done.
Oh, I could call her Rice. Okay, sorry. Anywho,
Actually, it would be perfect
okay.
if you made the rice pudding.
Oh, yes. Anywho, Aiko's actually gonna be really excited and come over, and she's gonna like clasp Arcadia's hands, and she's gonna be like, I think Arcadia's a great name, and I think Alette's a great name too. But hi, it's nice to meet Alette, and hi, it's nice to see Arcadia again. Why did you pick Arcadia? I didn't know you got to pick a second name. Is this normal?
Yeah.
How? God, yeah. She's got
That's
questions.
so cool.
Yeah.
It's Elven tradition.
What age do you get to pick it?
I think it's... Oh, I don't remember.
It's a by D&D rules, it's adulthood, so it would typically be about 100, I think, around there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, it's
That's
pretty
awesome.
sweet.
Yeah.
Aiko would say, since I've never met other Kitsune, I don't know how long I get to live. But if I get to pick a second name, do you want to help me pick one?
Arcadia's gonna get really excited about that because she loves naming things and like coming up with things. So she's gonna like get really excited and be like, yeah, I would love to. I would love to help. Absolutely.
Could I pick one too, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
We could come up with like code names even, like when we're all traveling together, like if yeah.
Okay, Phantom Thieves.
Oh, I like this. I like this a lot. Yeah, no, Aiko is like tails just fluttering, being like, okay, tonight at the sleepover, we're all gonna pick names. We're gonna come up with this. Like, we'll shuffle them around. Like, yeah, like this would be great. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
This is good.
So as you guys have dinner with the Tisalthars, is there anything else that you would like to do or ask them while you are at dinner with them?
Aiko would ask about how they feel about knowing people can be taken. And she's going to ask because they have been around for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and she's ignorant to this.
Right. They both are not surprised by it. They've definitely seen enough of these festivals and celebrations that it's a common occurrence. They actually report back that the Court of Spring in particular normally sends a child. Because it's a terribly kept secret that the ruler of the Court of Spring has a lot of kids, and typically has at least one that is in that age range where they haven't been made into a citizen yet. So typically he ends up having to send one of his own children. And Costas actually mentions that and Alette, I don't know if you remember, or sorry, Cupcake, I don't know if you remember, but in the Court of Stories festival 50 years ago, the Court of Stars had to send a child.
Yeah, Arcadia's gonna nod like in agreement. Like, yeah,
Mhm.
I faintly remember that.
Ilke's sister was sent to live in the Court of Stories.
I was about to say, I feel like Aiko would be shocked, but during the day where they were getting the tattoo, I feel like that's the time when Nicola would have mentioned something to her, and then she also would have been spending time with Saren. So I feel like she would be privy to that now, but it's still, like, she's still shocked that it's happened to so many courts.
Yeah, it's part of why, like, they're kind of trying to explain, like, it's a more common occurrence than you'd expect. It's essentially like, it's almost a guarantee, basically, that if there is a child of the royal family who is of the appropriate age to go be sent to another court, they usually are. Because there's usually nothing that the courts hold in higher regard than a child of the royal family.
Aiko would ask, other than the Court of Spring, because it seems like that's something that they do so often, for the other courts when it's happened, like, is there fallout? Is there a lot of resistance? Is it, like, tense between the courts because of it?
It can be, but no different than it can be tense for any of the courts having to give up something they love. I mean, just because it's not a person doesn't mean that people are excited to give away what they love. But
and see, Aiko has no, like, connection to that because she doesn't value things.
Yeah, but and, like, Kostas actually pauses and kind of thinks for a second, and then just looks to you, Aiko, as you're asking these questions, and just says, Aiko, what do you value most?
She's gonna have to think on that for a while, because she was the only one who gave up her aspiration, her dreams at Seleno's altar. So she legit has no idea. Like,
if you had to name something, what is one of the things that you value most in this world?
Bonds. Like, the connections I create with people.
Would you give those up if it meant ensuring peace for the entire realm?
How many would I have to give up? I mean, yes. I mean, she's going to say yes.
And he kind of offers you a smile and just says, that's the same choice that the courts make. It might be a difficult decision, but it's a decision. We value very highly that reciprocity, ensuring that what's given to one, something is given back to the other. That's part of why the host court changes with each celebration of the festival. Yes, ultimately everyone's giving up different things, but then you reach things like what we have this year. The Court of Stars is receiving all of these items, and we don't have to give up anything to ourselves.
Aiko would look to Karu and then to the rest of the group and say, I can't imagine being the reason we split up a family. I still have much to learn, but coming from someone who's not had a true family, I feel like that would be something that I'm scared, because it is something that people could go to war over. And the fact that it hasn't... go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I find it interesting if they love this child so much, how they could give them away.
And Tara is the one that offers, well, it's give them to a court that cares for them. No one who has ever been sent to live in another court through the celebration has ever been, like, they have never been mistreated. So it's send them to temporarily live in another court, or keep your child and invite a war to your doorstep. invite fighting to your doorstep? What's really going to keep your child safer?
Are they allowed to visit? Are they allowed to see each other? Or is it just however many years isolated from their family?
It depends family to family. They can visit their families, from what I understand. I know that Ilke in particular would visit their sister frequently, as often as they could. But as soon as Ilke took the throne, it's not as common. It's a much larger. The influence of the ruling trio can be felt throughout the entire court. So it's a much larger deal if they move, or if they're in a different court than they're supposed to be in. I can tell you now, if Ilke made a trip to the Court of Stories, they would know instantly. A little bit too powerful to go unnoticed.
Is there a limit on how often the child can like be escorted back to see their family then? Like almost like how we get 3 weeks to, you know, say our goodbyes and things like that. Like, do they get something of that caliber, like, you know, on like a yearly basis, or like, you know, a long weekend, like, you know,
every other weekend?
Something.
All the children of divorced parents are now like flashbacks.
Sorry, guys. Aiko needs to know.
You see that Kostas just kind of laughs and scratches his head and just like, that's beyond what I know. I just know what I see at the festivals. I don't really know too much about what goes on after. And I know that if there was any instance of a child of a royal family being mistreated, it wouldn't be a kept secret.
She's going to apologize, like kind of bashfully, and be like, I'm sorry. I tend to ask a lot of questions when I'm trying to figure things out. I appreciate everything you've explained and posed for us to think about.
Of course. Happy to help. Now, you're all spending the night. We can get out of your hair so you can enjoy your evening and everything. But Cupcake, you say goodbye before you leave in the morning.
Well, I wouldn't even think about not.
I don't believe you on that, but okay. And immediately, Kostas goes to each of you and gives you, again, that big bear hug big bear hug energy, where Tara comes and hugs each of you as well. And lets you be for the evening. In the morning, as you guys are going to say your goodbyes, big bear hugs all around, and in the big bear hugs all around, and as
Sorry. I don't know how to spell meringue.
Meringue, I love it. No, I knew what you meant. I think it's.
How do I spell it?
I think you're close. Is that not? Hold on,
No,
guys.
I don't think that's right.
How do you spell meringue?
I can't see how she spelled meringue, so I don't know.
I spelled it meringue.
It should be G-U-E at the end of it.
Yeah.
Merengue.
Is it?
All right, we were close.
Is it R-E-N or R-I-N?
I've never spelled this word before.
I'm googling it.
I
Did I
thought
get
it was
it right?
M-E-R-I-N-G-U-E.
Oh, the one with 2 E's is from Animal Crossing. It is I-N.
All right.
Solid.
Sorry, because chat was just suggesting that we do dessert code names.
There we go. That looks
There you go.
right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's better.
Anyway, my bad.
So, as the bear hugs are going around, Arcadia, your parents stop and I'm assuming also that you all told them that there's this send-off party happening at the end of the 3 weeks. Okay, they're gonna be there. We're
personally inviting them.
They're gonna be there, for sure. But Arcadia, as your parents go to say goodbye to you, they give you the biggest hug that they possibly can. And as they go give you the biggest hug that they possibly can, Costas doesn't let go. Your dad doesn't let go for a second. And you hear that he just says, we'll see you in a couple weeks, but no repeats. We can't go through that again.
Understood.
Also, your mom will kill both of us if you don't come home.
No, I know.
Yeah, just gives you that hug, and then Costas looks to you and just says, by the way, Court of Stories. Make sure that you try to say your thanks to the people who helped you back then, if they're still around.
Will do.
See if you can find them and thank them. It's polite. All right, get out of here. And he just like immediately is like, go on, get, kind of thing. And is like holding back dad tears as you guys are heading out and heading back to your next destination, which is
Odiseo.
Mm-hmm. So heading back to Odiseo, Journey, is there anything you wanted to do in your hometown before you guys head out, or did you just want to grab stuff?
I want to go see Jax.
Oh yeah, you should. I don't know if I really have anything I need to grab.
Okay.
So I guess we can just go visit.
Oh, well, we're grabbing that one caricature that we got, and we're rolling that and putting that in the bottom of the bag. Like, Aiko is definitely bringing that shit. And then she's trying to find a way to fit the welcome mat, and she's like, God damn, okay, fine.
You want to take the welcome mat? I mean,
I love it.
To be
Love
wherever
it,
you
love it.
are.
Okay, we'll take the welcome mat.
Excellent. Yeah. So you can go back to the tavern. When you do, you actually see that there is a sign up at Jax's Tavern that just says closed for send-off celebration.
Okay,
So he's already making his way on over, because again, when word spreads through the court that you guys have successfully become envoys and that there's going to be the celebration, like everybody's
People are
gonna be
ready
there.
to get shit-faced.
Everybody is ready to celebrate. Yeah.
It's like the graduation party of the cousin that you didn't think was ever going to graduate, so this is like a big deal. This is the vibe I'm getting.
It's a lot of that. I mean, not to mention, it's one of the few like kind of holiday days that the court is like, no one has to work, no one has to do anything, everybody go. Like,
I want to make sure I
encourage
write on
it.
the little sign that says like shop closed, and she's gonna write, "See you there, Uncle Jax," and draw like a little kitsune chibi, like, like.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
So in case he does come back to the shop, like, I need to get more liquor, he's gonna be like, "Oh, Aiko is here."
So after Odiseo, you guys head back up. And Aiko, I wanted to ask, since you said that you already would have had your conversation, do you want to have it that you already had your conversation with Saren and Nicola? Or knowing that you're going to be seeing them before you leave, do you want to have your conversation then?
No, I would want to have that in private. Like,
Okay.
the conversation with
So-
Saren especially.
Yeah, so then as you guys head back up through the capital, wow, that's not the right map. That is not the right map. Not one iota.
I'm just writing down the code names. Give me a second.
Go for
Lemon
it.
loaf.
Settled now.
Yeah. It's gonna be lemon cake loaf.
Oh, that's
lemon
so
loaf cake.
good. Who's lemon cake? 'Cause that's delicious. You're my
That's
favorite.
true. She's a
Immediately
loaf.
level up.
I'm a lemon loaf.
No, that's the best. Do you have icing on you? Because that's the best.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
The best. That is my treat yourself treat that I get at Starbucks.
Yes.
Because it's just
They're good.
stunning. Okay, so, Aiko, you ready?
Hold on, hot second. I'm at coffee cake.
Coffee cake.
I can't believe I'm writing lemon loaf.
Because it's so good!
It's so funny because it's like cupcake, rice cake, coffee cake, lemon loaf.
I'm sorry. I just
No,
love
I love it.
lemon loaf.
It's so Karoo.
Mhm.
So that's why it's like perfect. All right, hold on.
It's good.
I'm
I'm
gonna
stretching
run to
while
the
you're doing that.
bathroom really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna- I'll be right back.
Good idea on the
Right.
stretch.
Yeah, my back in particular was like, ugh.
All right, I'm ready now. Which while she's going to the bathroom, though, I just want to point out while we were doing tattoo stuff, I don't know if you all can see it, but I drew a replica of the Court of Stories.
Looks
Or
so
sorry,
Stars.
cool. It
Court of
reminds me of
That's
the little
amazing!
I gotta
Amazing!
turn it upside down.
stories.
It's there we go.
I
Nope,
love
I had it right the
that.
first time.
The
Shit.
first time.
Yeah, I was like, I quickly drew it down, so I was like, okay, if we ever need to consult, like, where we are on the map.
I love it.
So,
Horrible.
yeah.
Iconic.
Aiko, you make your way back to the Crystal Palace in the Court of Stars to speak with Saren. And when it's indicated that you want to try to have that private conversation with her, she indicates she has messengers send for you to meet her in the Tower of Stars and meet her in her private quarters. Liz, really?
Sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be Phelan being Saren. So, yeah. So you make your way back up to the Tower of Stars, passing by the first few floors where, you know Nicola's study to be, and then you know, my quarters to be. And
I'm
you
just gonna pop my head in that room, like, as I'm going, like, okay, crew's not in here.
No, Karu is not in there. No. Mm-mm.
And where?
Don't worry about it.
Phelan's room.
If you missed it.
What? What? Why would I be there?
I was looking out for you. I was wingfoxing. Seeing if there's any other hussies.
There
I have to
are
look out
no.
Is
for.
his room in here?
Yeah, his room is the second. Each of us have our own living space on each floor. So the
Oh
first.
my god, can I like sneak in there?
You can try. The first
That's
floor
pretty
is Nicola's study, but the study is about all that gets used down there. The
Okay.
second floor is mine, including a little training area thing. I'm not much for decoration. The third floor is Saren's study, meditation room, and her room. And then the fourth floor is Ilke's living quarters up top. So, yeah,
Is there any way I could try to sneak in there after?
potentially.
Alright.
We can try. I can't promise you good consequences.
I'll think about it.
Aiko, you make your way to the third floor of the Tower of Stars. And as you make your way up to the floor, before you can even open the door, Saren is there and opens it and just, oh, I was expecting you.
Why am I surprised? Yeah, so she's going to walk in, and she, by the way, the necklace that she gave her, because it technically like can't be seen because it's under her gown, she's actually going to be wearing it, kind of like how Moroku wears it for Minuyasha, because it's also more practical if she has to take off a bead for it to be like right there. So she's gonna walk in. Thanks, Aaron, for meeting with her, because she knows she's very busy, especially with preparation for the festival.
And Saren offers, not a problem at all. I'm always happy to help out one of Sister Isabel's favorites. So, what can I do for you?
Aiko was hoping for like some small talk before going in, but she's like, you know what? Nope, this is good. This is needed. We're just gonna dive right in. And I assume they're in like the lounge area. She's going to like kind of sit cross-legged on the chair, anxiously and like stroking her tails. And she's gonna say, when we went to Gato's Peak, I saw something. And it's been weighing really heavy on me and plagued me to a degree, and I don't know what to do. I can't shake this fear, this feeling of helplessness, not being able to protect someone when they're trying to protect me. And I don't know what to do, and it terrifies me.
You see that Sarah nods. I've seen this in your future before for you. I understand being afraid of what you see. And she kind of pauses. Aiko, have I ever told you how I came to be the sage of the Court of Stars? Or who I was before that?
Mm-mm.
And Saren goes very quiet for a moment. I was born to a small village, so small that it has since disbanded in the centuries past and doesn't even exist. But I had this gift where I could see into potential futures. And the village thought that I was a curse and blinded me for it. And she sees this scared look on your face and immediately is like, now obviously things changed. As she's like looking at you. Ilke's grandmother was the one who saved me.
When she says that, she's been like clinging to tails, kind of thing, and she's probably gonna like keep the tail there and let go, but she's gonna touch the bracelet pretty much.
And as you touch the prayer beads, she actually nods. I got those from her. She healed me. She helped me to see that even though the potential futures that I saw could be absolutely terrifying, that they were nothing to actually fear. Because more often than not, what the future brings us is hope. And Case, I just saw you lift up the plate, and I just
Sorry.
giggled. No, you're good. I just like go.
Ryan made cookies.
Oh,
Have one if you want.
yummy.
They're really hot.
take one, thank you.
Yeah, no, sign me up.
I will gladly. But she explains that Ilke's grandmother was the one that taught her that the futures that they would see could sometimes be terrifying. And it wouldn't always be clear what led to that path. But one of the other important lessons that she learned early on was obsessing over how that path comes to be benefits no one. And she just looks at you and asks, does that help?
I don't know. Aiko's gonna say she's not obsessing over it, but she's hoping there's some way that she can like even do something to kind of control what she does. Like even if it's just like a stupid gesture, like something that gives her some semblance of like, and she's gonna explain how the order, like the whole thing of the Order of Tranquility is that like it's, they don't believe in destiny because destiny could decide that like, nope, the world is like shot to hell, but like they will be the last thing before that is always going to be free will for always trying to bring peace, like, or doing something to like maintain this order. And so for her, that's why she said it's like it's a plague. It's there, and she's trying to find a way to find like she's literally speechless with this. Like it's so hard for her because she's never come across something like it.
Saren offers. She says, "We all find our own way to handle it." And she kind of smiles and I meditate and I garden and it keeps me grounded. Pun intended. And that helps me. If you'd like, I can try to tell you what I see based on where you are now.
Aiko's kind of gonna be like, haha, yeah.
Are you afraid of the future still?
I just don't want to be hurt anymore. And I wish I could make sense of it, and I understand that I can't. And at this point, I'd rather get as much help as I can. And maybe I'll see a different outcome. I know that there's many, many strings that pull to make the tapestry. I just want to avoid that one.
Do you want me to look then?
Is she going to be looking at that memory? Or like at that vision? Or is she looking at Aiko in general?
She would be looking at Aiko's future, or potential future for Aiko. Because she can't necessarily look at that. Like, if you describe what you saw, she could maybe tell you a thing or two, but because it's already... You experiencing it has already happened, it would be more of she's peering into based on who you are as you sit here right now. Kind of thing.
Aiko... yeah, Aiko would trust Saren. And, you know, just... If there's any way to guide me, then... Like, I've followed you. I've always followed you. I'm not going to stop now.
And I'm not going to abandon you. You know that, right?
I know. It brings me comfort.
And she holds out her hands for yours. And she says, "When you're ready."
So yeah, Aiko's gonna give her hands. Sweating.
Saren closes her eyes, and Aiko, you notice that the room darkens, and stars appear throughout the room. And the stars seem to almost start to move into different patterns and shapes. And then as the stars start to swirl and move, you see that a number of them come together between the two of you and form a much larger, brighter star that, almost like a crystal ball, you can actually see a scene in it as she reads your future. You see Isabel and Gwyn, the sisters who raised you.
Fuck yes.
And you see...
Are they alive?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. And you see yourself. You see that they're helping you dress. And they're helping dress you in ceremonial robes that are made of these beautiful blues and purples and almost a chiffon kind of material. Very ethereal, very light, very familiar looking. And as Isabel and Gwyn help dress you, you notice that Gwyn, who never cries, is crying. And Isabel is just smiling happily and watching as they help actually take the prayer beads and loop it around your neck. They take the brooch that you now have and they pin it to your dress. And as Gwyn dresses you in various jewels and trinkets and everything to make you look beyond beautiful and regal. Sorry, Handsome just said that Phelan is a very benevolent and kind DM, that Aiko's having a positive future reading.
That's why I was like, are they dead? Are they alive? Like,
but Isabel takes your face in her hands and just looks at you. And she just says, I am so proud of you. And I always knew there was something special about you.
Hannah said, if this is a wedding future, I will weep.
It is not a wedding future. As they step back, and you can kind of take a look at yourself for a moment and see you are in full court regalia. And that's where it looks familiar. Gwen then gives you a hug and just says, we are so proud to know the sage of the Court of Stars.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's a big one.
Hold up.
And then it stops.
Oh, God. And for my chat, I'm going to self-roast myself. Yeah, it can't be a wedding because apparently the guy who I would marry could be dead. So thanks. Thanks for reminding me.
And
twist
as
the knife.
Aiko, you notice that as the future reading ends, Saren is still watching you. She's not fazed at all by what was shown.
Aiko is kind of like, this is the first time she's had like
a positive vision.
No, because she had the positive vision in the tavern with Arthur. Maybe we just need Arthur and Sarah to read her fortunes. They're not the gas station sushi. No.
Neither was Nadros.
To her, it felt like it. But she'll remember though. She would actually look up to Sarah, and she kind of like, she looks surprised, but it's not like a egad. It's kind of like a I remember, and she's gonna say, "You told me that first day when we were starting our journey to become envoys. You told me that I might one day become the sage. What?" She immediately asked, "What happened? What happened to you?"
Well, after Ilke's grandmother rescued me, cured my blindness, and brought me back to the city, she explains, I have forever been in debt to their family. I would be dead if it wasn't for them. So I became determined that I was going to do anything and everything I possibly could to repay that debt. And Aiko, I will tell you that the longer that I have been in this role, I'm no closer to repaying that debt, but I've never regretted it. So I took over for the sage before me, and I have been here. She laughs a little bit and says, I've been here longer than Phelan or Ilke combined.
Aiko's gonna try to like hide her shock and be like, "Well, you look great, for what it's worth."
So do you.
And she would say, "Why do you feel like you haven't paid the debt?"
How do you repay your debt to someone who has allowed you to not only see several lifetimes over, but has literally allowed you to see again? And has given you your entire world? How do you repay that debt?
They ask anything of you?
They didn't even ask me to be sage. I chose it.
I would just want you to lead your best life. To use your vision, use what was given back to you. Enjoy it. Instead of, like you said, instead of fearing it.
And you see that she kind of smiles and reaches out and just touches your cheek. They gave me all of that. And I can only hope, Aiko, that you find that on your journey. That you find the peace that you're looking for.
I could hug her.
Saren hugs back.
Yeah, because she needs to hear that. Just like calm the tumultuous storm that is her,
Yeah, and she offers as well, should you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. And I would be honored someday to pass the title of Sage to you.
Only if I'm worthy.
You will be.
Oh god, no pressure. She just be like, I have to start reading more books. My summer reading list has been building up.
Yep. Anything else that you would like to say to Saren, or anything else you'd like to ask, or anything else while you were here in Estrellos?
No, it would just be like, you know how like have you all seen Pride and Prejudice? You know how when the ladies in wait are like all like talking and just like lounging about, and they're just like telling each other about each other's day, and one of them's just like lovely. That's how I imagine it would be, like Aiko being like, and then there were dolls everywhere, and I had to go find a fucking seal pelt, and I don't even know what that's for, like, and then I don't know how I feel about this man. He saved my life, but he's with another girl. What? And then I'm Little Fox, and there's a man with 8 tails, and he's disappointed in me, but not like the way Uncle Jax was disappointed in me.
And
like,
when you mentioned the man with 8 tails, you see Saren kind of like looks a little confused for a second. Man with 8 tails?
Yeah, these.
Aiko, do you mean a kitsune with 8 tails?
Yeah. Another one of me.
Did you see anything else about them?
It was blurry, but he had red hair, red tails. He was disappointed in me. And she's gonna relay what he said of, I know he wants to protect you. I don't know why he wants to protect you, but I have to protect my own.
I have to protect my own. Interesting. Huh.
Do you know him?
I might. There's a red-headed kitsune that I'm familiar with, who has 8 tails like you described. But I can't say for sure that's the same one that you've seen in your visions.
Aiko would be jazzed because that means there could be more of them. So she's going to be like, okay, how many kitsune are there? I literally thought, like, what the hell? Tell me more. That would be like her just pestering Sarah.
Yeah, and she kind of relays, I knew one of them for quite some time, but after the Court of Fall Festival, at the Court of Fall Festival, there was a big scandal's not the best word, but scandal's kind of like, there was a big happening, more or less, at that particular festival because somebody challenged for the sage position during the festival.
Oh. Aiko knows what they have to do for the Guardians, but how do they challenge for a sageship?
Well, typically for
sageliness.
Typically for sageliness, as you put it, it's more a matter of passing on the mantle, that there is an apprentice and an apprenticeship, and she kind of looks to you. And eventually there reaches a point where the current sage agrees to relinquish the title to the worthy apprentice. This one was odd because he came in demanding the position. and wouldn't take no for an answer. The ruler
kitsune
of the...
that I saw?
Sorry?
The kitsune that I saw?
Potentially. And he demanded the position, and when it was initially contested, the most I know is that we started that week with one sage and ended the week with another. That's all I know.
Did the other sage die?
We didn't see him again. Not in anything related to the court.
Oh, okay. Note to self. Do not show interest in sage positions in Court of Fall.
Well, no, you shouldn't anyway, because you're from the Court of Stars.
But like, and she's gonna say, I don't know what kind of person this is, but if they have that much thirst for knowledge, what would they be willing to do to find out that other people, like, I don't know. She's just wary.
Just be careful. Just be careful with your... The sage is a tricky one. In most courts, they're going to be a little difficult. But in the Court of Fall in particular, I would watch out if I were you.
Understood. So how many kitsune are there?
From what I remember last time I was in Court of Fall, I don't normally get to go. This would have been, 150 years ago? Last I was there?
You're out a little bit.
Well, that's a story for another day. If I remember right, there was a whole village of them.
Oh my god, Aiko's tails are literally like, just full fanning peacock style. Yeah.
Yeah, so she's
then they would just continue
so she's happy to continue chatting and everything. But yeah, the rest of your visit with Saren goes pretty well. Karoo.
Yes.
Did you decide what you're doing about potentially breaking into Phelan's private quarters?
You know, I think I'm gonna leave it. I don't want to be too
Forward?
I guess clingy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, you know, Phelan, he just, it isn't hitting the same time around, you know? I think it's after everything Crew's been through with Arcadia. Maybe she's like catching feelings a little bit.
Whoa.
You know?
Oh! It's because she saw that ass in that star form.
Star ass.
Yeah. I'd make that a constellation in a heartbeat.
Karoo, as you accompanying, Aiko here, but giving her space, as you head out or kind of are wandering, you do run into Phelan.
Oh.
As he's doing his...
I take it all back.
Oh my god, I just had a thought.
For the record, I was going to say you ran into Phelan before you made your declaration of love to Arcadia, so...
Karoo being like, Phelan, I'm sorry, it's just not gonna work out. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I need this.
So, Karoo, you do actually run into Phelan as he's making his rounds through the palace.
Okay.
And whereas before he would normally greet you just with like, yep, you're a person who exists kind of thing. Whether it was outside of Aiko's house the night of the sleepover, if it was, actually in court. This time he sees you and he actually bows. And just greets Envoy Karoo.
Well, hello. What are the odds of meeting you here?
Pretty decent, given that I live and work here. But
it was a joke.
I. Right. What are you doing in the palace?
Oh, I'm waiting for Aiko.
Thanks, by the way.
Uh. And
Yeah, so not much to do really while I wait. What are you doing in the palace?
working?
Really, I never would have guessed.
Why wouldn't you have guessed? I feel like it's pretty
No,
straightforward
no,
that.
honey, it's another joke.
Oh.
Any training today?
No, my brothers are handling that. Conan has been doing quite a share of extra training after
Oh,
everything.
poor Conan.
I still feel a little bad about that.
You
No
shouldn't.
regrets.
There were no limits on that fight in terms of what you could do or what you couldn't do. And if anything, it was impressive.
You calling one of my moves impressive, that's unexpected.
Slow your roll. And like he actually laughs, which is not something you're used to from him.
Considering he did not get any of my jokes, yes.
He's a very straightforward guy.
I'll go throw my ring in the trash. I get it.
She melts it.
Oh,
Pawn shop.
Karu, you notice that, again, typically Phelan, when he interacts with you, has kind of like left as soon as he possibly can. And given that it's just the two of you, has had plenty of opportunity to just leave if he wants. But he's kind of awkwardly standing with you.
oh.
And like not leaving, but a little awkward.
Are you currently doing anything?
I'm currently doing my rounds.
Care if I join you while I wait?
I figured I was joining you while you waited.
Never mind. Now Karu's kind of awkward.
Rare moment.
I know, right? I like how it's when someone's awkward, Crew's like, oh god.
I'm just waiting for Aiko to walk down and witness this and be like, oh.
Start backing away, like slowly.
Trying to remember.
Aaron, I have more questions.
I learned a story a long time ago about Phelan, but I probably don't want to bring that up. And I can't
Oh.
remember it anyway.
Oh, I can tell you. I remember the stories.
You remember the story?
Which one you want to know?
Oh, I forget what it was.
You want to know about his cologne
That was
story?
it.
You want to know about his breakfast
Yeah, it was
muffin?
the cologne. It was the
Yeah.
cologne.
Yeah. I would say otherwise the other one was his morning routine and how he comes over and gets I think I said a sausage. Like a sausage. Yeah, it was like a poached egg on a sausage like in a biscuit. And they like left it out for him.
I know what to tell him.
There you go.
Oh
Do
god.
it.
Okay, the way I'm gonna say this, he's gonna okay.
Oh god.
I got a cock.
Liz!
A chicken.
Um,
I'm gonna pull Hey Hey out from like he's kind of vibing like, you know, in my back pocket or something.
oh.
Another joke, if you will.
It doesn't seem like a joke. You're actually holding a chicken.
Well, yes, but you misinterpreted the original meaning.
I did no such thing. I did.
Liz, my chat's playing sexy sax for you, by the way.
My chat just played I Ship It.
Oh,
I did no such thing.
sure,
I knew
you seem a little flustered there.
I am not flustered. I am not flustered. You cannot fluster me as easily as you all flustered my brother.
We'll work on that.
Oh,
Which
whoa.
about that, by the way. Never mind.
What did you say? Sorry.
Nothing. Never mind.
It seemed like you wanted to say something.
You should lean in closer.
I'll lean in a little closer.
Arcadia, I'm sorry, I'm wing fox through and through. I'm gonna support
I'm
all of the
so-
ships.
No, I just...
Polyamorous, let's do this.
There...
Oh my god.
Just surprised that you kissed him. It just... doesn't make sense, I suppose. Never mind.
So much better because
No,
you're dressed as
it's
Sailor.
okay. There wasn't any feeling behind it. It was simply strategy.
So... you see that he's kind of thinking about it. That makes more sense. That explains a lot. Right.
But what?
Lean in closer. When you say that, you need to lean in closer.
All right.
I'm stage coaching. Don't mind me. She's up there at the stairwell.
Just your strategies that day didn't make any sense whatsoever on the training grounds. Or really in any of how you handled yourself with the court.
You could say you should see how I handle myself now. And lean in closer.
I think Aika's enjoying this a little too much.
Your strategies just didn't make much sense, but you said before that your goal was to distract, so I suppose that's different. It's just a different goal than what I thought you would have had in mind, I suppose.
I'm a pacifist, Phelan. I prefer to only resort to violence when absolutely necessary.
But you should have seen her wailing on that banshee, though.
Listen.
Pacifist my ass.
Though after encountering some of the creatures we did on our journeys, I will say that has almost changed.
You know that we set the tasks for you all for becoming envoys.
We did.
We choose them.
I see.
I didn't like how it was phrased, but that was Saren's design. But the relic defying fate thing was me.
The one that almost got her killed multiple times.
I did almost well, I actually was quite close to death a few times there.
Did you fight back?
I did.
He just kind of shrugs.
But perhaps I could use a little more training, if you ever have the time.
Good answer. Good answer. Weird.
There's no
You're
kissing
hearing, like,
involved
silent clapping.
this time. You understand that? There's actual training.
Oh. Well, that would be useful. I'll
Are
admit
you
I've
not
never really
interested
been in
now?
these sorts of situations until you're kind of thrown into them, so.
That's exactly why I had that task for the Envoys.
I see.
I've seen for myself what happens when there are envoys who aren't ready for what they face. I wanted to make sure you all would be ready and would come back home.
I appreciate it very much.
Hmm.
Still, though, if you would ever like to do some training one-on-one, You know where to find me.
You still waiting for Aiko?
Oh, yeah, she should have been down by now, actually.
All right, let's
You
go.
can go without me.
No, and Phelan is offering. Fine, you want training? We'll train now.
Oh, okay, we can do that.
And so Phelan heads to the training grounds with you, and you start to essentially spar against him.
Okay.
But you realize very quickly that the first day that you fought against him, he was nowhere near using his full strength. And even in your training with him, as Aiko continues her conversation with Saren, even in your...
I love that.
It's the best. Even in your conversations with, or even in your sparring with him today, anytime that you go to hit him or even hit him like with any of the spells, anything, it just, he dodges them pretty easily, but is able to give you some advice and some pointers on what to do differently and how to better handle yourself in combat.
All right,
And
I appreciate it.
by the end of the training session, as much as Phelan can, loosens up. And you see that the longer that you're sparring, actually starts to relax. Like, this is Phelan's element more than anything involving court politics or anything involving socializing or anything.
The more you see his skin start to glisten with the sweat.
Stop.
His lethal locks.
I can just imagine Aiko writing a fanfic.
For what it's worth,
She so is.
he is a barbarian, so he doesn't wear armor.
Oh,
He doesn't.
Girl, you thought I was kidding.
No.
dang.
Welcome to D&D.
Yeah, no, like the moment you hit the training grounds, any armor that he does have on is immediately just off, and is fighting more, not naked, we're not fighting naked, but it's just more, it's more like, just clothes, like shirt, pants. God damn it. I hate chat, I keep seeing things for people. But yeah, no, so by the end of it though, he seems more relaxed. And almost seems to be having fun. The more
I'm dying
that you...
over what Bree said. I'm literally dying.
Yep, me too. And
What'd Bree say?
Oh my god, you have to read it.
oh no, oh sorry, I have to read in the Phelan voice.
Here, I got this. Hang on.
Oh god.
Hang on. Okay. Wait, where? Okay, I got it. There we go. We're good.
Oh, thank God. So Bree said, and I quote, "Oh no, Wolf Daddy could easily pin her against the wall. What a shame he's so strong and handsome."
Oh my god.
That's our
Fail.
daughter.
Jail. Go
She
to
gets
jail.
it from me. She
Jail.
gets it from me.
Chat was also asking if Phelan has been kissed before, and yes, he has been kissed before.
He has.
No Aiko.
Mhm.
He's
Yeah, he's been.
full
Yeah,
of dirt.
he's been
He
kissed
better
before.
have been kissed.
I was gonna say he's been around for a minute. Y'all crack me up.
He was there at the invention of kisses.
Not quite that old. But close. But yeah, so, Karu, your training with Phelan goes pretty well. He kind of relaxes and actually seems to, be a lot friendlier with you. And a lot more, and by friendlier, I mean he's cordial.
Okay.
And
That's a
doesn't
big deal.
and doesn't normally doesn't just do the walk away and everything. And Aiko, you actually, as you're down in the hall looking for where the heck Karu went, you actually see Karu and Phelan walking back together, with Phelan actually like talking, like describing in depth, okay, so this is when you're going to use this particular strategy. And if you ever find that you're in melee combat, like he's like full on talking, not just one-word answers. As he's explaining to Karoo, this is the best time to use your dagger. This is the best time to try a ranged attack. If you find that you're surrounded by enemies, here's what you can do. And is like actually like it's getting someone who can go on for hours about what they love.
Yeah, Aiko is going to just like patiently like lean against the wall at the bottom of the stairwell and just like nodding, like she's listening. She's not gonna say anything. If anything, she's gonna try to mask her presence. Like, just let them go.
Is there any way that maybe okay, wait. Now, why am I actually nervous? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Is there any way that maybe like Karoo could maybe like, you know, like whisper like thank you in his ear and just give him like a small kiss on the cheek?
Oh yeah, do it.
Like,
Aiko, look away.
Aiko, yes. Yeah, so I would say as you guys get closer to Aiko, you notice that Phelan kind of goes back into like more reserved mode as he sees that there's somebody else who's here. And just kind of gives like a you weren't terrible out there today.
Neither were you.
Aiko's tails are just
Hey,
like,
you got the joke.
Well, I suppose I will see you at the send-off.
I suppose. And I guess now would probably be the time, but I'm kind of awkward. Cause now there's people here.
oh, Aiko, if she sees that you guys are about to say goodbye, she's gonna start like slowly walking down the stairwell. Like,
Okay.
they'll catch up. She's Wing Fox. She's not gonna peep.
All right. Well then she is gonna, you know, whisper thank you in his ear and give him the kiss on the cheek, and then run down the stairs.
Yeah, she's gonna be like, go, 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 and Aiko's like, what the fuck?
Full sprint.
Yeah, we're skittering down the stairwell, and she's gonna be like, tell me everything.
Make me a dexterity saving throw to see if you trip and fall down the stairs. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
I was like, oh, I got this. I'm good.
Excellent.
Karoo's fucked.
Yeah, so, you finish spending your time in Astraeos. Aiko, you wanted everyone to get to meet the sisters?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Hal. Thank you for the sexy sax for Karoo.
Oh my goodness.
Our D&D campaign is very focused on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Need I say more?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, I gotta zoom out on mine so you can see it. So, you all decide that as it's getting close to time to head out from the Court of Stars, you have just one final stop to make before you hit the port city. And that is to the town of Urea, which is Aiko's hometown. It's a pretty small, cozy, it's a really small, cozy little town. Where the temple, which Aiko actually grew up in, is really the main feature of the town. And it sits up on a hill that is surrounded by flowers of all sorts of colors. Absolutely beautiful. All the buildings are very bright and open, but I'm assuming, Aiko, you make a beeline for the temple.
Oh yeah. Like she's launching, like normally she's like tries to be somewhat composed. Her tails are a giveaway. But yeah, no, she is like running to the temple and she is like calling out names. I mean, like she is like telling everyone to like keep up. Like she is like, oh my god, come on, you're gonna love Journey, you're gonna love Gwen, and you just Sister Isabel, just oh my gosh, I hope they're all home, and like she's like running.
So as you are bolting to the temple and everyone is full of excitement to finally get to meet Aiko's family that she has in the Court of Stars, you rush up and you are, as soon as you open that door, you are met by kind of an entrance area for the temple, where you see that there's like kind of a receiving area off to the left. Over to the right, there's like a community cooking area where Aiko, you know that the sisters frequently will every day will make meals, and then anyone who's in need of a meal will come to the temple and can be fed. So they do their best to ensure everyone is fed and no one goes hungry. You can kind of see that further in the back is where there's more of like an elaborate like temple, kind of up top. But as you walk in, you see that there is kind of a stern's not the best word. A little bit more of like a woman who kind of seems to be like listening to a child's story as the child's just explaining like, okay, I really didn't mean to break it this time. I just, was kind of, I wanted to see if I dropped it from this height, what would happen? And I feel like that's an experiment you would do. And is trying like their best to like explain away what happens. And the moment that you all enter, the woman looks up and sees you all and immediately just has a big grin on her face. Aiko Takamaki! You remembered we exist!
You can blame Nicola. I've been working very hard in the capital, and I'm an envoy now, and she's like saying this while like walking over like casually, like trying not to like just like hug her, and then she's just gonna hug her.
Oh, before you can even get to hug her, the young boy turns around and immediately just, Aiko! And bolts over and gives you like the biggest hug like that he possibly can. Aiko, you're back, you're back, you're back! And Aiko, you recognize that the young boy is Itri, I-T-R-I, Itri, who is like, you are his hero. And he's a child that the sisters took in, and just has always absolutely loved you. Like big sister, little bro energy. You also recognize that the sister who is there is Gwyn, as she is holding the remnants of a broken toy that Itri was just trying to explain his way out of.
Aww.
And as Itri is like hugging Aiko like crazy, Gwyn comes over and looks to everyone else and just kind of nods. Welcome to the Temple of Tranquility. I'm Sister Gwyn. The little devil here is Itri. Aiko, are you going to introduce your friends?
She is like laughing, like picking him up and like asking him like, like, oh my god, you've grown so much. Like, I wasn't even gone for that long, and did you grow a tail? And she's like poking him, like looking for a tail. And then she's gonna say, oh, I'm sorry. And she's going to turn around and say, these are my friends. And she's gonna be like, yes, I have friends. And she's going to point them out and she's going to introduce them. And she's gonna say, but they can also probably tell you a little bit more about themselves too. Guys, this is my home. This is my home. And she's like pointedly looking at like Arcadia, because like we got to meet her parents, and these are kind of like hers. So, and her like annoyingly adorable little brother, kind of.
I love it.
Yeah.
So as Gwyn looks to each of you, she just immediately says, well, everyone's welcome at the Temple of Tranquility. Aiko, you should let Isabel know that you're here. She'll be happy to see you.
Aiko's gonna say, is she at the usual?
Mm-hmm. At the usual.
She's just gonna, like dart around. And she's probably gonna like jab a little bit with Eitri and like mess up his hair and then like bolt. So this is like a very different side of Aiko that you guys get to see, because like this is her like relaxing to a degree. I don't know.
Not
it's not just her tails that are psycho. Yeah.
Meanwhile, for Arcadia, Karu, and Journey, Gwyn immediately looks to each of you and is just, well, what can I help you with?
We wanted to meet Aiko's family.
Oh, well, that would be us, and then Sister Isabel, who's inside.
It's lovely to meet you. I'm Karu.
Nice to meet you. And she kind of gives you a little bow, as you introduce yourself. And you two are.
Arcadia's gonna like step up a little bit and be like, "Hi, I'm Arcadia, and I just wanted to say thank you for being so welcoming when we've just stepped in the door. Very nice."
Of course, everyone's welcome here. And then, Journey, before you can even introduce yourself, Gwen looks at you and just goes, "Journey, right?"
Yeah, that's me. It's an honor to meet you.
Aiko's written a lot about you.
Aiko's said something, yeah.
Mhm.
Hopefully good things.
Well, depends on your definition of good. And Gwen just kind of laughs and just shakes her head. She's like, I'm just teasing you. Yes, it's been all lovely, wonderful things. That's been
Her
said
decor
about you.
is trash. You would never believe this.
Except for the
Well,
succubus
how
that
she
you
kills
have
her
in your.
succulents.
Yeah, you have a succubus in your house apparently. Is that? Do you need help with that? Is that a roommate or something?
Oh no. It's it was just a misunderstanding. Don't worry about that.
Ugh.
Forgot
I love
about
that it's canon now.
It is.
Talking about me, are they?
No. Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
God. So
Classic.
We
Here we go.
clipped it. We were
Uh-huh.
at Journey's apartment, and they were talking about how they had all these dead plants because Journey's never home, and Arcadia was like, "Oh my God!" So she's trying to go tend to them, and Journey was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I need like better plants." And Aiko came out from the bathroom, and was like, "Yeah, we need to get you a succubus." And I meant to say a succulent.
Yes, you
And
did.
they were like, "What?" And I was like, "A succubus, like, you know, the self-sustaining plants." And they both were like in tears. Like, "Do you mean a succulent?" And it took me like a solid 2 to 5 seconds of being like,
Oh!
"Oh!"
So
And the
sorry
worst
I
part-
missed this.
I did this like 4 or 5 times.
Yes, you
off,
did.
Like stream in
Yes,
a
you
different
did.
stream. I was like, "Look, guys, I have my own succubus," and like brought it out, and they were like, "Did you mean to do that?" And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "You said it again." And then I typed it. I typed it out in like a huge like chat thing with her talking about our D&D stuff, and he was like, "Oh, haha, you meant to do that." And I was like, "What do you mean?" She was like, "You just called this character a succulent," and I was like, "God damn it."
You did the other
Yep.
way around too.
Yeah,
And then it's
so
even
bad.
better because now you have a succulent that's a succubus.
I do.
In the Court of Fall, do you want me to explain or you want to?
No, go ahead.
In the Court of Fall one shot, Lil played a succubus character, Oriana,
Oh.
and I got some succulents for myself, and while I was at it, I got one for Lil. I painted the pot and I named the plant. The plant is named after her succubus D&D character, Oriana. So now she has a succulent named Oriana. So she can say it's a succubus named Oriana or a succulent named Oriana, and it exists.
Great.
I love that.
Handsome, we have twins now. Yeah.
But yeah, excellent. Gotta love it. But yeah, so immediately they're really excited, and she just says, "Well, you know, the temple is home to everyone, so feel free to make yourselves at home, and I'm sure that we'll make sure that Aiko gives you the grand tour." And it's a little bit of a joke because the grand tour is this floor and then like their tiny living quarters upstairs.
Oh, she would take him around town too, but yeah. Like,
Yeah.
you all better start singing the Bell song in your head. Like, it's just gonna be like, yeah, that's literally gonna be like, bonjour, like running around, just like saying hi to people.
Oh,
And
that
so
one.
brace yourselves.
Um,
We won't have to go through that. I'm just saying.
No, you're good. So Aiko, you go see Sister Isabel, and anyone else is welcome to go see Sister Isabel if you'd like. Otherwise, Sister Gwen and Eitri are just still mid-arguing about this broken toy. So Aiko, as you approach the sister, you notice that she's just very calm and kind of just in meditation as you approach.
She's gonna kind of slow her roll a little bit because she knows, because she's the one who kind of like taught her how to be tranquil. Because like Aiko at her core was just very curious, mischievous little kitsune, and this woman kind of like taught her about the order. And so she's gonna kind of slow herself, and she's gonna say, "Sister Isabel." As much like she's like getting her attention first, because I assume she's tending to the altar, so her back is to me?
So she was meditating as you approach, and so as you say her name, she just pats next to her for you to take a seat with her.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and get in position. All too familiar here.
Phrasing. But you said it.
It's a church, woman.
Please.
Anyway. You as you sit with her, she's kind of quiet for a while, and then finally seems to kind of like start moving her hands and her toes and everything, like kind of starts moving her body a little bit and kind of waking up from meditating, and then just looks over to you and just pulls you in for like a soft, like warm hug. Whereas the Tisilthars are believers in big giant bear hug that makes you worry for your life, Isabel's hug is very soft and gentle, like hugging your grandma, soft and gentle kind of thing.
Yeah. And Aiko is going to return it, and she's going to say softly, I missed you so much.
I missed you too. It's lovely to get to have you here again. As I understand it, though, Jack said you're only going to be here for a short time. Envoy?
You spoke with him?
He swung by on his way to the port city.
Oh, so I don't have to tell you he said hello and send in his regards.
He would always appreciate you telling me that he said hello and sending his regards, but he also told me himself.
Aiko's like, I bet he did. Okay. But yeah, so she's going to say, are you guys going to come?
Of course. Absolutely we're going to come. We wouldn't miss your send-off for anything.
She's just very excited because she immediately would think like, well, who's going to watch over the monastery? But it's going to be like, everyone's going to be there. Okay. Hopefully everything's okay back here. But she's not going to voice that. She's just very happy that they're coming. She's going to say, we're going to be here for a little bit. So I was hoping you'd meet my friends. And if there's anything that we could do to help, we're always here for help. And I was hoping I could talk to you about something a little bit later. I may need your guidance.
Of course. I'm happy to meet friends and happy to help.
All right, so then Aiko would kind of like gently walk over, but she's also like kind of like that, I'm trying to keep it cool, but I have like a brisk step because she's like, okay, like, and she's gonna tell everyone like, okay, like, and she's gonna kind of like, yeah, like usher sister Isabel, like, yes, like, like, here, meet my friends, or like she's trying to get them, but then she's like, oh god, I'm in the middle, this is weird.
Yeah. And Isabel, like, very calmly, like, serenely goes over and greets everybody, meets everyone, and is thrilled to have you here, and does the same kind of welcome that Gwen did, of, just indicating, like, you are welcome here anytime, like, welcome to our temple. This temple is home and sanctuary to anyone. So welcome in. We are glad to have the Envoys in our presence.
Thank you for having us.
Of course, thank you for taking care of our Aiko.
Aiko's been taking care of us.
It's true.
That's more accurate.
Oh, good. I would expect nothing less of her. If anything, I would be disappointed to hear anything less of her.
Aiko's gonna say, we take care of each other, but it's nice to have everyone with us.
That's the best answer. Isabel offers that, everyone is welcome to stay for as long or as little as you'd like. The festival is going to be happening in the next couple days after you guys have spent this time with everybody all throughout your weeks. And so she offers that if you'd like to stay the night here and then head over to Palathus in the morning, you are welcome to do so.
Aiko would want to show everyone the town, and she's like, singing the bell song, full 9 yards. And then she would tell everyone that if they wanted to leave tomorrow, they can. She'll catch up with them in a day. She just needs to ground herself before this journey. Because if anyone's been sharing the room with Aiko during all of these travels, she is still having the nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not great, and she's not getting a whole lot of sleep. So Gatsby is still barking. That poor little boy. That bark box is gonna be hoarse.
Nope, it never is. It never is.
Oh god.
So, Aiko, as you mentioned, through the night, at one point your nightmares kind of wake you up. And given that you are staying in the temple, you head down to the main room. And Isabel and Gwen are there and are kind of in quiet talks as you see them. And it's like dead of night when you see them. You approach?
Yeah, like where would they be? Like, are they like out in?
Yeah, it
like,
would be. It would be more like out, like in like the main area.
Yeah. Aiko would probably try not to disturb them, but she's gonna take a pew in the back.
As you walk in, Isabel turns and looks to you and just smiles. Aiko, we were just talking about you. Come here, if you don't mind.
She's thinking, what chore did I mess up?
And as you walk toward them, they just ask, would you mind taking a seat?
Yeah, she's already sitting. Like she like as they say that, she's like, oh, yep, here it comes.
We know you're leaving soon for the other courts, and we figured it was time to give you something that belongs to you.
Retribution.
Punishment! We figured it was time to give you something that belongs to you. You know that you were left here as a baby, right? We've always been very, they've always been very clear with you on the fact that we found you, but nobody was here. It was just you. There was something that was left with you that we've held on to, and Gwen kind of like awkwardly is like, I held on to it just to try to figure out what it was, or see if I could find anything else like it, and with tinkering and things like that, I wanted a better understanding of what it was, but I've never been able to figure it out. So we were talking that with you heading to the other rest of the realm, it might be time for it to be yours again. And Aiko, the sisters hand you a gold coin. Hi,
Anybody was there for the fall court one shot.
Hi, I love you.
Oh my God.
You see that they hand you a gold coin. And on one side of the coin, there's a picture of a fox. And on the other side is a name. Aiko.
Oh my God.
And Gwen just holds it out, and it's actually Isabel who speaks first and just says, this is how we knew what to name you. We figured that was what they wanted you to be called.
So Aiko is just like holding this, because this is like the first thing that she's ever had to like tie her to something outside of the monastery. Because like she's been perfectly content with being like, oh yeah, no, like I was giving up, and she still is like understands, like she's not like, like I need to find my family now, like kind of thing. Like it's, she would ask like, did you see anyone? Like, what did you find out?
Nothing. We're sorry. That's part of why we held on to it all this time. It didn't feel like it was right to give you hope if there was nothing that was there.
She's actually gonna be like really excited. Like, she's gonna be holding it and be like, no, like, don't be sorry. This we're heading to Court of Fall. I kept having visions. And I think this is gonna have an answer when we go there. There are more kitsune in Fall. There's a whole forest. Saren told me there's a whole forest of kitsune. And I've been having visions of a kitsune. And this has got to do something with it. This has to be something with it. I know it. And if not, then she's gonna like bite it and be like, at least it's real. Like
So you actually bite it, and it actually... No, I'm kidding.
She ruins it. Like, she's like, well, fuck.
You actually snap it in half.
Like everything else in my life.
The
No.
chocolate coin.
Yeah, so...
Delicious.
hey, more gold coins, man. Can't... yeah, you, as you take it and everything, the sisters kind of laugh a little bit, and Gwen is actually just sighs in relief. We're just glad that you're not upset.
She's her tails are like swishing like gently, sleepily behind her. And she's just gonna shake her head and she's like, nothing you all could ever do would upset me. You all are my family. Whether or not I actually have blood relatives out there, you all are always going to be family.
We feel the same about you. You will always have a home here in the Court of Stars. Always. And, like, they both go in for the hug. And just hold you tight. And...
Yep. Trying not to cry, like, Aiko's just like...
Oh, Gwen is, like... like, she's, like, trying to hide that she's tearing up and everything. Because, you know, she's too tough to actually tear up.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Gwen's the one who taught her how to tinker and, like, helped her learn how to fight with Uncle Jax. Like... And then, like, Sister Isabel was the one who was like, peace,
Calm.
still your tails, peace,
Calm yourself. So is there anything else that you would like to talk to them about, or anything else that you would like to do before we head to our port city?
We don't have to role play it, but it would pretty much be her asking Isabel the same question that she asked Saren, like, what should I do? And she's mentioned how she'd been meditating and, like, it's still not helping.
She would have similar advice and would just say, you know, to make sure to trust in what you've been taught, and trust that it'll take time, but it'll be all right.
Okay. Yep.
So,
On to Palenthus?
On to Palathus. You all head to the port city of Palathus, which Karoo...
Oh, look at this water.
Love it.
You did such a great job. I want to touch it.
This is actually the first port city I made, and it's my least effective. So if you guys like this, I got good news for you. Everything else is better. Because, yeah, God, chat, we made this back in, like, October? November? Something like that, because I didn't know where you guys were going to go first. So I was like, okay, I just got to have everything ready. So you make your way to the city of Palathus, which is a bustling port town. It is the night before your festival, for the send-off. And Karoo, you offering your place?
That bus.
I would say you offering your place for sleepovers?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes! Full circle!
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Ooh, girl, your pad is snap. You got stairs to get it? What is it? Oh, it's a cat.
It's a cat.
It's like, what kind of base is this outside?
This is Karoo's home. So Karoo lives in a one-bedroom apartment. And she, I think we actually said that she lives above a music shop.
Yes.
We said she lives above a music shop, and that the owner of the music shop will, like, hang out with her and will like teach her, or will help like let her play different instruments and actually rent different instruments. So the instruments she has in her living room are all ones that she has borrowed from them. And actually, bagpipes are there because Brie.
Yep. Love
and,
it. Here for it.
Yeah, and so we have a lovely one-bedroom home. You will notice a couple of things, that we have cats that Karu feeds outside her door. She's got some like nice cooking stuff, but it's also mostly put away because she's been gone for a while. Excuse me. I think we also said that she has a book in her room that's on flirting, and is about like picking people up and
Did
stuff.
she write it?
She did not, but she got a lot of tricks from there. And we gave her the nice bed because of course Karu has a nice bedroom. She made sure that room looks great.
Do we need to do the blacklight test like in Room Raiders?
Oh my god.
Yeah, girl, choke on that popcorn.
Oh
god.
Oh my god, yeah, Handsome said that he thinks this is one of our first. I don't know if it was our first Handsome, because I think we did Aiko's. We did Aiko's as first, I think, but it was one of our first D&D World Builds and Chills. Was when we went through and built everyone their homes.
Love
So
it.
yeah,
Here
so this
for
is
it.
Karu's home.
I love it. I love it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
no, go ahead.
Once she gives the tour, Aiko is immediately like rolling up sleeves, being like, okay, and she's like taking a look at the kitchen. She's like, okay, I'm gonna bake you dessert. And she's gonna see what she has. And if Karu has stuff to make lemon meringue, she's going to make lemon meringue.
Oh my
Because
god.
she's
If
gonna
not,
say,
you can always
this is
get
the
stuff from the
last
market."
night in the Court of Stars. We have to go all out, and we're gonna do this. So.
Yeah, we've got lemons. We can work with it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got lemons.
We've got lemon.
When life gives you lemons, you make meringue. All right.
Excellent. So everyone gets to have some lemon meringue, and gets to enjoy your, honestly, guys, your last evening in the Court of Stars together.
It's weird.
It is weird. It is super weird to say because, I mean, even though the Lantern Festival's at night, it's going to end with you guys setting sail. And so it's your last night to get to spend together in the Court of Stars. So is there anything that you'd like to say to each other or anything before...
I
Do you
assume that-
quickly just want to let Hey
Yeah.
Hey run around as well? I want to let him explore his new home.
Hey Hey goes exploring and then immediately just like jumps into the kitchen sink, which apparently still has, or the bathroom sink, which apparently still has water in it, because I don't know, I guess you never drained it, and is just
Yeah.
like being like a duck, and is just enjoying the water and playing around in the water.
Joke's on us, this actually isn't a carpet, this is flooding. That's terrifying.
Your water bill is gonna be so high.
Oh my god.
I'd assume that we'd all play like our like normal like sleepover games and like settle
We're brushing
in for the
teeth
night.
too hard. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
We're doing
Not only
the.
once.
Or I'm sorry, we're doing the Wolf Daddy impression.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Chris found a story from earlier.
Yeah.
Oh,
Excellent.
the training.
Are you telling them about the training?
I'm gonna tell him about the training.
Aiko's gonna be like, I knew something was up.
So, Arcadia is so surprisingly, because I'm super into this, Arcadia is gonna kind of be like, because you know, before she was like jealous, you know, whenever Karu would go flirting, but now she's like on the edge of her seat, like hanging on to every word, and she's like, oh my god, you did what?
And Crew's gonna be like a little shy still, because she's still kind of confused, so.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
We've all been in that chapter of our life.
A little bit of a love triangle.
Yes. Yeah, and then I could also want to thank everyone for coming with her to Uria and doing chores and meeting all the townsfolk and like I don't know, just getting to see like a different side of that. And then she'd also say something along the lines of like what Teach said, like this is our last night for a while in our home. Are you guys nervous?
Yeah. Very. I mean, you saw my relationship with my parents. To be away from them in this way is scary. But there's no other people I'd rather do it with.
We could try to find stones of sending.
I mean, yeah.
Rue is kind of going to say that she has left home before, or a place that didn't really feel like home but technically was, when she left the Winter Court. And as hard as it was to leave her sister, the adventure was so worth it. Not only that, but meeting all of you. And with sorry, Cam just got home. I just saw him like lurking in the corner. It scared me.
You're good.
With meeting all of you, she's kind of begun to learn that home isn't necessarily a place, but it's just that comfortable, joyful, happy feeling. And that she feels actually more at home with you guys than she ever really has before, no matter where she is.
Oh.
So she's excited.
Granny's gonna say she's excited too. Especially because she's going with you guys, and she considers you guys are best friends.
Feels.
Yeah.
Feels.
I could say something along the same lines where she's like, I've never felt this kind of feeling before. When I left the monastery, it was you know, curiosity and fear, and then, you know, starting this journey with you guys, it was excitement, but, you know, overwhelming. And now it's like a combination of all of the three, but I feel like I have support this time. Like, it's not just me. And that's what she's like really gonna drive home the point with. Like, no matter what happens on this journey, she, the actual journey, and she's like Pat journey. She's gonna say, no matter what, she still wants all of us to be able to turn to one another and have one another. And that's when she's also gonna bring up the code names. So if things get lemon loaf. When things get dire, then like that could almost be like not like a safe word, but like that's when we know like, hey, we need to like reconvene, like all of us, and like talk, kind of thing. Or like if we're ever like in a torture situation and they're like, yo, who is lemon loaf? Be like, you'll never break me. But that's why we send coded messages. Rice cake is on the way. Cupcake is at arms. Thor is here.
Oh my god.
I drink coffee cake at night.
Hoorah.
Yeah, so. Yeah. Yeah.
So, with your final sleepover in the Court of Stars, ending with you guys all deciding on dessert code names? Not where I thought we'd go,
that
but
sounds
I'm
about
here for
right.
it.
Yeah.
The next day is the festival. And it is the Lantern Festival to send you all on your way. Brace yourselves, guys, because when I said the whole court shows up for this,
God.
I mean it, that the whole court shows up to send you off. And to
my
give
God.
your
Wow,
farewells.
that
So
is
many
a lot of
people.
people.
What the fuck's sake is that? Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's Wolf Daddy.
Is that global?
It is Glooble.
It is? Wait, there's multiple gloobles.
I'm
Wait, I don't
I'm
see
fully.
There's boy and girl
I-
glooble and
My
neutral
eyes.
glooble.
I just love hearing
I
everybody
thought
die.
it was global to come.
I thought that was Sebastian, and my heart just broke for a second, and I was like, no, it's just his brother. It's
No,
fine.
Sebastian.
I'm not
Sebastian,
disappointed.
Sebastian has definitely gone on his way, and
Oh
everything.
my god.
Also, the brothers are here.
Yes,
Phelan's
they are.
brothers are all here.
Phelan's brothers are all
yes,
here.
Arcadia. I hope your
Oh.
dad went and intimidated them.
Oh, Arcadia's dad is here and is talking to a guy right now.
Oh.
Oh no.
What?
Mhm.
Why?
Over at the dock.
Oh, I see him. Why?
Yep. Oh, you can go find out.
Oh, God.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, everyone's freaking out. Zaris is there too. So as you look around, you see, you see everyone you've met, and actually several faces that you have no idea who they are, because it's a big court. Yeah, Boots. I would say Boots from episode 1 is there, up at the top. You recognize everyone. You see that as you approach, essentially what's happened is that on the beach, a huge festival has basically been set up. That there's all these little pop-up tents with different foods, different drinks that you can get, different memorabilia. There are several tents that are actually selling the lanterns. And are giving everyone the supplies to create their own lanterns. And where you see a number of these lanterns around, those are actually a number of people who are working on their lanterns and are working on creating them so that they're ready to go to send them on their way when the time comes. But yeah, literally everyone is there. Again, including a few faces that are newer. You notice that in the center of it all, there is a massive bonfire. I love you. I love you, Liz. You see there's a massive bonfire, and everyone is partying and dancing and celebrating. You actually see as you approach that Ilke and Nicola are dancing together. And that, again, Nicola, who doesn't loosen up for anything, is just enjoying himself and having a good time, while Ilke is having the time of their life, getting to celebrate and dance. And Karoo, as you approach Phelan, you notice that he is not dancing. He's kind of more doing the surveillance, making sure that everything's all right. He's in work mode tonight.
Of course.
I love how you're
Not for long.
Okay. But yeah, so who do you guys want to approach? Who do you want to hang out with, chat with? And if the answer is we don't want to chat with anyone, we just want to get the show on the road, you can also do that. I love seeing everyone immediately dart to different
Y'all
areas.
can leave my ass behind because we are going to be talking to some people.
Yeah, so
I'll keep it brief.
Journey, who are you approaching, or what do you wanting to do as the festival starts up?
Journey's a little overwhelmed by the crowd, so she's gonna grab her lantern and sort of just stand by the shore and think about what her wish is gonna be for right now.
I like it. As you kind of head down by the shore, all of a sudden, Journey, you hear a, "Oh shit, no way!" Real loud from down the shore. As all of a sudden, you know when people go running through the water in the ocean and it's really awkward and slow, but that's really making splashes? You see that there is a red-skinned tiefling who comes bolting over to you, actually splashing Eitri in the process of just sheer excitement. And she
Surrounds
just
him.
runs up to you and goes, "Oh shit, no, there's another one of us here? Hell yeah!"
Love her.
You
Love
talk,
that
right?
energy.
You talk, right? Hello? You talk?
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. It is rare to see another tiefling around. What's your
Shit.
name?
Well, which one? Kyrie, but most people call me Adventure, I guess. Either one works.
Oh, I love both. My name's Journey. That's the only name I have.
Oh, shit. We're gonna get along real fucking well. Oh, damn. I'm so excited about this. You're one of the Envoys, right? They said there was
I
a
am,
tiefling one of you, and the other one yelled at me when I went up to him. So, I'm assuming it's you, right?
It is me, yes.
Fuck yeah!
I just became an envoy.
Well, shit. Well, welcome to the Soggy Sticker. It is... It's what chat named the boat.
Chat! Dirty!
Oh my
We are
God.
traveling the realm on a soggy sticker. Wow. All right, I'm in.
That's promising.
Guys, we will never have to worry about someone coming after our boat because they're going to be looking for, the Dawn Trader. And we're going to be like, yeah, bitches, we're on the soggy sticker. Suckers!
And
my
so,
God.
yeah, she just points over to the edge. She goes, yeah, shit, I'm the arms specialist there. I'm the one that makes sure that if things blow up, it's not us.
That sounds like an awesome job. I'm looking forward to traveling with you.
Yeah, it should be a good time. Well, yeah, I guess we can introduce you to the rest of the crew later and everything, but, yeah, super stoked to get to see another one of us on board.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And she like does like awkward finger guns as she like walks away, splashing very much through the water as she goes.
She better watch where she's walking, else she's gonna drown E-Tree. We're gonna have an issue. Walking backwards, just like submerges her. Like no.
And you see, Journey, as you look down the ocean, as you look down the shore, you can see that she runs back up to two elven women, who like immediately are just confused about why she just ran off, and then like you see that she's kind of like quickly gesturing back to you, and they look over and just go, "Oh, got it," and just kind of go back to what they were. Well, like the two elven women go back to what they were talking about, and you see that the tiefling is just stomping around in the water, basically, and just having a blast.
I
Love it.
Arcadia, you want to go see your parents?
Yes. I'm gonna. Yeah.
So,
she's gonna
Arcadia,
go
as
see
you-
what her dad's doing.
As you approach your parents, you can already hear what your dad is talking about as you approach. Now, I just want to make sure that my little cupcake is going to be good on this ship. I want to make sure she's going to be fine, and that there's nothing untoward that's going to happen to her. I want to make sure that you guys are safe. I want to make sure that, and he's like going down this laundry list of making sure that everything's okay for you. Well, your mom is kind of like, normally she would be pulling him away or being like, nah, he's overreacting. No, she's right in it with him. And is like, right, and you're gonna make sure that you have healing ready to go. You do have a doctor on board, correct? You do? Okay. Like, they are really intense. And as you approach, you see that the person they're talking to is a dark-haired man who has horns, smaller demon wings, and a tail. And bright blue eyes as he just as he just grins at them, and just you can hear as you approach, Mr. and Mrs. Tisalthar, was it? I assure you, we will make sure your daughter is perfectly safe, that she is fine. We do everything we can to make sure that our voyages are safe on the Soggy Sticker. I promise. I wouldn't lead you wrong on this.
That name.
Bubba, do you mind?
Okay, so Arcadia's gonna come up and is, again, as always, visibly embarrassed. But now even more so because it's like, oh my god, parents, please, for the love of Christ. And she's gonna be like, hey, Mom and Dad, why are you interrogating this poor person?
Cupcake! And immediate big
no.
bear hug, swing around, that whole treatment again.
Should have expected that.
And your mom explains, oh, this nice young man was just telling us about how they're going to make sure you're treated safely. And we were telling him that if we see that there's anything else other than that, we will find them ourselves. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Okay. And
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Arcadia's gonna turn to this poor guy, just be like, "Hi, I'm the person in question." That they're
Cupcake, right?
talking about. Like, I don't know how much her face is gonna go red. Like, it's just gonna.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because
He holds up his hand. He's like, trust me, it's fine. Your parents are just concerned, and as the captain's busy on deck, I figured I'd help step in.
I appreciate it.
Not a problem.
But I have trust in you and your crew.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And as I have told your parents, I assure you that she will be safe, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that she has a comfortable voyage on the Soggy Sticker. I promise. On my honor as first mate. And
This is just such a funny interaction.
Oh, it's great. And with that, so you see that your dad still looks very like irritated. And the first mate makes a point of actually reaching out and like kind of like puts his hand on your dad's shoulder and just says, "Trust me, she'll be fine." And your dad actually relaxes. Just kind of goes, "She'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. She'll be fine." Yeah, and kind of turns back to your mom and says, "Let's go, hon. I wanted to make sure we grabbed some of the skewers before they were gone. Cupcake, you gonna be okay?"
Yes. Yes, I am. I'll be fine.
And they actually head out to go grab skewers and some good old-fashioned festival food. The man just kind of turns to you and just holds up the hand that was on your dad's shoulder and just goes, "Sorry, I just figured he needed to calm down a little bit."
Yeah. She's gonna like nod kind of knowingly and say, "I know that he means well, and I know that he actually does trust you, or else I would not have been allowed to leave the house. But I have full faith in you, and yeah, just thank you for calming him down, I guess."
Of course. I think that Ilke was going to introduce all of us later, or some point we were going to get introduced, but Emil, nice to meet you.
Arcadia's gonna shake his hand and say, "I'm Arcadia. My name isn't actually Cupcake."
No, it is now.
Oh.
It is
okay.
now.
He knows the code names.
She's just
We
gonna
have to end
sigh.
him.
He's in on it.
Sigh. Yeah.
Does that mean we give him a nickname too then? Is he a cake now? Is he chocolate cake?
You beef
Is he
cake.
lava? He's lava cake.
Oh yeah.
Actually, that's
He
really
is
good.
lava cake.
That's real
He
good
is
for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see that he just kind of grins and kind of like gives you a little salute. Well, Cupcake, I should probably get back to getting everything ready for our voyage later tonight, but if your parents are worried again, just direct them somewhere else.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
If anybody wants to ship with him, we're calling him Pound Cake.
I have to go. Bye.
I'm sorry.
I love it.
It was too good to pass up.
It's even better that he's an incubus.
I know.
Oh.
That's what's so perfect. Oh my god.
Yeah,
So great.
Arcadia, that's part of why your dad calmed down after he like reached out and put his hand on him and everything.
I will pull.
Okay.
But
Oh goodness.
Lord. How do I unsub? You're stuck with me now, people.
So as he gives you a friendly little wave, and continues helping load things on the deck, Karoo, you're approaching Phelan?
Yeah. I am. So I I had a plan of what I was gonna say and then I just forgot.
That sounds about right.
Working the party, are we?
Yes. I wouldn't expect anything less of myself tonight.
Are you still allowed to have fun while you work?
Who said work isn't fun?
I mean, I guess it could be. But when you're standing over here by yourself with your arms crossed, it doesn't exactly give off the impression that you're having fun.
I'm not meant to be here as a invitation for fun for everybody. It's more watching out for them. And kind of nods over toward Ilke, who is still dancing and having the time of their friggin' life.
I understand. If you're not too busy, would you maybe want to make a lantern with me?
He kind of like leans over and goes, "My brothers are working on theirs. If you were interested in making lanterns with them or strategizing with them again."
He's jealous.
You're really hung up on that kiss, huh?
You know that would get you killed anywhere else, right?
Yeah, but I have a good feeling about you. I don't think you want to kill me. Not yet, at least.
Not as long as you're not a threat to Ilke.
I wouldn't ever be.
Good. But no, for real, that would actually get you killed in other courts.
Yes, I'm well aware. Remember, I like to joke.
I just hope you remember that there are some rulers that don't.
Fair enough. I appreciate the warning. Still, though, I did ask you to make a lantern, not your brothers.
Bam! Mic drop. Get it, Karu.
Only if you're interested, of course.
Oh, the open-ended question. Scribbling furiously in the fanfiction notebook.
I don't really have much to wish for right now. Lantern festivals are always, yeah.
Don't enjoy them.
The last one I was at, I wasn't the guardian yet. So yeah, it's a little different for me. But you go ahead and make your lantern.
Quite all right. I think I'll stay here with you. Perhaps I can help you keep watch. And she's gonna kind of stand beside him with her arms crossed, like kind of in a mocking sort of manner, but with a smile.
You're really odd, you know that?
I'm well aware.
Hmm.
Maybe that's what you like about me.
He just gives that like exasperated sigh and just goes like immediately like looks away and goes back to just like surveying for Ilke.
Didn't say no.
He did
Didn't
not.
say no.
Correct!
Aiko,
Yes.
you going up to say hi to Zaris?
Yeah, we're gonna be hitting a lot of people, so don't worry about taking a lot of time on me,
Yeah,
but...
you good?
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty much... Aiko would be... Hi! You made it! Like, she actually didn't think he'd be here because he loathes the Court of Stars.
I was told to come check out the, how did she put it? Cultural tradition, since she couldn't be here for herself. So, here I am.
She's like hands interlaced behind her back, like rocking back and forth on the heels, like, so what do you think?
So am I supposed to make the lantern and then write on it, or do you write on it and then make the lantern? And then
I was wondering the same thing. Okay.
And how if we're lighting it and throwing it up into the sky, how does it not catch on fire with the sails of the ship?
That's actually a really good question.
Yeah, no one's been able to answer me on that one yet.
But if you'd like, we can make a lantern together, and we can both go the different style because we're both kind of confused on this because I've never done this before either. And then we can both throw them up and we can see what happens. Sounds like fun.
Whoa, not fun, but it sounds like it would accomplish what I need to accomplish. So
It's for science.
For her.
Okay. Aiko's gonna say, you don't have to say out loud what you want to wish for. It's not like the altar.
I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. Aren't you going to see it written?
I won't look if you don't want me to.
I wish the Envoys would help her.
And Aiko's gonna say,
She hopes she can protect everyone that she considers herself close to. And she's gonna make it a point to turn to him and say, I think we'll be friends.
If you have
We
to
can help
declare
her.
your friendship, are you really friends?
I haven't met her yet. So
Oh.
I don't.
Oh, you met with her, right.
I thought we were already friends. Do I have to declare my friendship? Is this a thing?
Well, no, you were the one that started talking about being, like, declaring that you're going to be friends and everything. I thought it was a Court of Stars thing, that, like, you have to see into the future and predict that you're going to be friends and everything like that. And no, you should... We're friends.
Yes. She's gonna be like, don't worry, I won't tell anyone if you don't want me to. And she's like, okay, so let's throw it away from the sails. And she's like going down a little bit further on the beach and being like, okay.
We're not supposed to throw them yet. It's supposed to be when you leave. Unless you're leaving right this second.
Do I have to carry this around with me the rest of the time I'm talking to people?
Hey man,
She's
you
like
have to
actually
build your
panicking. Like
lantern.
she's like, I didn't think this through. Like,
He just give me it. I will make sure that it gets launched from shore so you aren't burning down the ship you're on. Is that good enough?
thank you.
Exhausting.
And she's gonna like go, but she's gonna turn back around and she's like going to like almost touch him, but then like kind of bring a hand back and she's going to say thank you again for all the help and for putting up with them, so to speak. And she asks if she's going to see him again in Court of Stories.
Most likely. She'll probably want me back there at some point, but she, the best way to put it is she changes her mind often. So, who knows? But good luck.
Well, you too. And as she came over to talk with him, she did see that, you know, this group was there, and she's gonna she's gonna like behind the back like dive for Jax. So that's where she's going next.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Journey, was there anyone else that you wanted to talk to before you guys head out for Court of Stars?
Yeah, I suppose there is a couple people I should say thank you to.
I feel like it's acceptance speeches. I need to thank the small people in my life who helped me get here today. Who would you like to go chat with?
I'm really nervous because of that vision, but I want to say thank you to Xeris.
Do it.
So, Journey, as you approach Zaris, he has just gotten done talking to Aiko and is just like, Archfey, damn it! Like he's like cursing at like the top, like just
holding two lanterns, like son of a bitch.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you hold my lantern.
Oh, thank God.
I just wanted to say before I leave this place, I appreciate you helping us, and I appreciate you giving me that tip on my mirror and looking at it, and accepting my dumb story. So, thank you.
Your story wasn't dumb, for what it's worth. He can't point because he has two lanterns he's holding, but he kind of like tilts his head up, like indicating that he has that broken horn. And just says, your story wasn't dumb. I appreciated it. Be careful out there
You
in
too.
the courts. I'll be fine, but you all are an interesting group, so you be careful. All right?
We will. I think we have what it takes to get our goals accomplished.
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll prove it to you.
And Journey, you actually see that he kind of smirks. I hope you do.
Thanks. It was good to see you one more time. And I'm going to.
It was good to see you
now.
too.
I'm gonna leave now.
Like as you're leaving, you just hear him like very quickly and quietly kind of mutter the "It's good to see you too."
Oh.
As the poor man is standing there holding 2 lanterns now. Arcadia.
I feel bad.
What you doing, Boo? Is there anyone you want to talk to?
I want to go see Glooble.
I knew it. I was like, you better go see that damn
I
goblin.
almost went there first, but I was too curious about
I'm
my
so excited
father
for this.
interrogating this man.
So you go to talk to Glooble, and as you approach, you can actually see that Glooble is talking to Nadros, and Nadros is, "Oh, Glooble, look at this, and look at this, and look at, oh, have you ever seen anything like this before?" And is like thinking like man on the moon from outer space dropped into Earth, going, "What is this?" Kind of energy. And Arcadia, as you approach, he goes, "Apprentice Sage! Oh, it is so good to see you again. Ah, how is everything? And, oh, sorry. Apprentice Sage and Envoy now, yes? I know where we are."
It reminds me of Fozzie Bear from the Muppets. That's what it is.
No, I feel
He is
that.
fucking Fozzie Bear. Ah, yes, you met Mr. Wiggles.
Perfect.
Oh my God.
But how are you doing? You've had the wedding, right? No.
No.
Oh, that's a look of, no, Glooble's been trying to tell me when, I am saying too much. That was too much, wasn't it? That was too much, and Glooble's like,
Yeah.
oh, never mind, no weddings. How are you doing, though, Apprentice Sage?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to see you here. I'm glad you can make it.
Me too! And Glooble looks up and just,
I
My-
fucking like, you know, when you look at something really cute and you want to squeeze it really hard. That's how I feel about Glooble.
Which, mind you, Charm has worn off.
I know.
He is here solely for Arcadia.
I'm gonna start sobbing right now. Oh my god.
Well, good news. You have already met Kral and Lucamina, right? Did that happen? That did not happen. You had that look on your face like it did not happen.
Believe so. No,
Ah.
it doesn't sound familiar.
Did you not introduce her to your cousins? And Glooble's like, oh, his cousins are why we're here. Glooble's cousins, actually work on the what was the name of it?
Swaggy sticker.
The soggy sticker! Yes! Yes, Glooble's cousins actually work here. And they made a point of letting us know that this was going on. So here we are. And when Glooble was leaving, I had to go with him. I have to protect him.
I'm glad that you guys made it. I'm glad that you're protecting Glooble. Although I'm sure Glooble could probably hold his own. But it's nice to know that he has a friend.
Glooble could hold his own. Just like you in the arena championship, correct? Yes? You held your own in the tournament, right?
This man is speaking
I'm
riddles.
sure I will in the future when it happens.
Yeah, Glooble's sitting there going, like, everything he can to go, no!
And Daedros is just like ignoring him, you know?
Oh yeah.
And,
Foolproof.
Apprentice Sage, you have met the Siren, right?
I just felt my whole body go cold. No, I haven't met any sirens.
Well, if I do say so myself, she is quite the catch. Get it? It's a fish joke. It's a fish joke.
Yeah, I
We
like
got
it.
there.
Good
That's
job.
pretty good.
I like it.
But yes. I'm glad to see that you are all alive and doing well. You're all yes. That didn't happen to Journey yet, did it? No.
What?
No.
What?
Wait, what?
No.
Yep.
What did
No.
he say?
Sorry?
And Glooble's sitting going,
What did you say?
oh, I'm so sorry. Glooble is saying I can't say anymore. My apologies.
I'm screaming.
Wait, what did he
Anybody
say?
catch that?
What did he say?
Ah.
Arcadia, what did he say? I'm about to pee. I need to know.
He said that didn't happen to Journey yet, did it?
Yeah,
Well,
he
what?
asked if we
What
were
didn't
all
happen to
still
Journey yet?
alive. And
Yeah,
then
because
he
we
was
said
like,
you're all still alive, right? And he was like, oh, that didn't happen to Journey yet?
God damn it, Journey, what did you get us into? I'm gonna go pee and contemplate.
God.
Why are you saying that to me? It sounds like I'm gonna
After we
die
got
or
matching
something.
back tattoos, we're besties now.
Arcadia, Nadris is just kind of like looking at you excitedly and just, well, my young friend, I do hope the wedding goes well. That's what you're heading.
Thank
That's
you.
what they're heading to. That's what they're heading to, right? Right?
No.
No. Oh.
But thank you. I appreciate it nonetheless.
Your wife looked beautiful that day.
Crying. I'm crying.
Arcadia's just like shocked, kind of.
Idris is such a sweetie. Make him the maid of honor, please.
And she's gonna say, you know, whenever that happens, you're invited. Absolutely.
I know I was. Right? Right. Was I still
Yes.
alive?
I just wanted
Yes.
to formally invite you from the past.
Oh.
This is the invitation occurring right now.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I hope you enjoy your conversations with Ilke tonight. That happened, right? Right? Did it happen? And Glooble's just like,
Glooble's given up at this point.
Glooble's just fucking, he's just gone. He's like, no.
oh
my God.
Yeah, and so, but he's just, oh, yes, well, you will enjoy your conversations with Ilke tonight, I am sure. And, yes, but you and the siren, yes? And, Journey and that demon thingy, the woo demon thing, right? That one? No. That hasn't happened? Oh, blast it! Glooble, you're supposed to be keeping me on track, and Glooble's just like...
Arcadia's gonna look at Glooble and just kind of give like a shrug, like, you're doing your best. Like, what? It's him, you know?
Poor Glooble.
Terrifyingly vague fortunes.
No, literally.
So, Arcadius, anything else you want to say to Nadros and Glooble?
I want to give them both hugs.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Nadros pulls you in, and he does the, you are the one, Arcadia, who is an envoy, and, like, starts, like, swinging you around. Like you're used to this because of... You are used to this because of the bear hugs that your dad gives you, but this is a lot stronger, as, you know, Dragonborn is not his true form. And he just starts like humming a little, like singing a little theme song for you as he hugs you. And then as soon as he sets you down, Glooble gives you a second to like recalibrate.
Breathe.
Yeah, and then just goes.
Oh my god. So he's shorter than me, right?
Yeah, he's small.
Okay. I want to pick him up and like swing him around a little bit.
I hope his cousins are watching. This is adorable. I can't.
And as you set Glooble down, he just like tugs on your shirt.
Yeah? What's up?
Come home safe.
Guys, I don't care if I die. I have to get Arcadia home. Oh my god.
Arcadia's she's gonna nod and just say, I'm gonna do my best, and when I come back, I will make sure to come see you as soon as possible.
Oh.
Tell him to go stay with your family, remember?
I have to
'Cause you-
introduce Glooble to my parents.
Mom, Dad, I want you to meet someone. They're gonna be like, oh, hell no. And then they see him and they're like, oh no, he's perfect. He's perfect.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He'll be
Oh.
safe. He'll be safe.
I'm gonna start weeping. I'm holding them back. I'm holding them back.
So as you go to introduce Glooble to your parents, Nadros just kind of like gives a little wave. I'm going to make a lantern. Did I do that yet? I'm gonna do it again.
Okay.
As you go to introduce Glooble to your parents, Karu. Do you have any
I
lessons?
I actually wanted to go see Arcadia.
Oh,
You can.
go for it.
Hey.
Like they were like, hey.
A quick Debbie Ryan, really quick.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry. Are you busy right now?
I was just introducing Glooble to my parents, but I can step away while they kind of chat. I
Meet and
guess.
greet.
You want to make a lantern?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's sobbing, just fully just breaking down. Yeah, I'll make a lantern with you.
Okay. Oh. So how did your conversation with Nadros go?
I mean, it was Nadros. That's
Fair.
about all I can say.
Sounds about right.
Apparently, Glooble's cousins are working on the ship that we're going on.
Interesting.
We have a little connection with them, which is cute.
I actually, gonna be totally honest here. I feel a little bad, but who's Glooble?
Oh! Have you not met Glooble?
Oh yeah, that's right.
No.
Oh my
Another
gosh!
story time.
So, yeah, remember when you were fighting those big things?
Yeah, and I got like my face chomped off for a bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually befriended a goblin.
Oh. This
Kind
this
of?
guy here.
Yeah, this guy.
Mhm.
She's gonna like kind of turn and like Vanna White, you know. This guy.
He's very cute.
I love Glooble. I love the way you portray him as just.
No, but it's
Just
so
a-
accurate though. Like I can just
It's-
imagine it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We all
Oh.
see it and hear it, and feel
Just
it.
a little fella. He's just a guy.
He's just vibing.
He's just a guy.
Oh. Well,
So,
Crew's
you
gonna
guys
be
in-
working on her lantern.
Yeah.
what are your hopes that you guys are writing on your lantern?
You can go
I love the harmonized
Yeah.
I would say for a safe return, for
Mhm.
all of us,
Mm-hmm.
back to our loved ones.
Mhm.
But also that, I suppose that our actions, our future actions in these courts as we go to do our mission, that they don't cause too much trouble. That no war will spring out of what we do. Because that is something Carew worries about a little bit. After all the conversations we've had.
Yeah, I get that. Arcadia?
I think mine is gonna be kind of similar. But just that our futures and the futures of like our family and our loved ones are safe and happy. I mean, obviously it's not always gonna be happy, but overall, you know, everybody's protected and nothing terrible happens to us. Because we've seen a lot of our futures. So basically just safety in our future.
I like it.
And then I want to like, lift it into the sky. Or do we
Not
have
yet.
to, like,
Not
all
yet.
do that
Yeah,
together? Okay, my bad,
everyone's
my
waiting
bad.
until like it's you guys set sail and then they whoosh.
Alright.
Yeah, which is why Zaris is still standing there holding two lanterns.
Sorry,
Alright.
buddy. I thought we just threw him off when we did it. Or else I wouldn't have put that burden on him. Alright, so Karu, you hoped that our actions would bring peace and we'd all get home
Yeah.
safely?
And also, I do this. This is kind of like a little smaller font, you know, towards the bottom. I hope that Phelan can have a little more fun in his life.
It's really sweet.
Give him something to wish for.
Yeah,
Oh, don't.
I can tell he's been through a lot.
And then Arcadia, what was yours?
Like safety in our futures and our loved ones' futures.
I like that.
You're so cute. Aiko.
Hi.
You come diving in to give Jax that hug?
Yeah.
Oh, immediate hug. Right back. Little one! And just like scoops you up and just like immediately like ruffles your hair and is just playing.
Thank God my hair is always down. I swear to God, these people.
They're just like, you're so cute, you know? It's like, it's Futaba with Morgana, where it's just the,
Yep.
you're so adorable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the ears.
It's always the ears. And he just goes, have I introduced you to my partner, little one? I don't know if we had the chance at the tavern.
And she would kind of like peer around his body to see the person standing there, and she's to say, Piano Man?
Piano Man! And you see the man's just like, I'm not Piano Man. Azal is my name, thank you, but yes, Jax's partner. Hi. Hello. And Isabel's just laughing at them. And it's just... Oh, nothing ever changes with these two, does it? Aiko? Are you about ready to head out?
Who's asking me that?
Isabel.
Aiko would say, I still want to say my goodbyes to people real quick, but I at least wanted to come say goodbye to you guys.
Of course. And you see that Isabel immediately goes in for the hug, and it's unlike Jax's, which is, you know, giant. Hers is more just calm and chill and just happy to, like, very, dare I say, tranquil. As they give you a hug, and just Jax just beams at you. We really hope that you find what you're looking for out there, kid, and we hope you do us proud. We know you will, but don't be too hard on yourself out there, right?
I'll try not to. A lot's riding on it, but I'll do you proud. I'll keep everyone safe.
Good. We're counting on you.
Mm-hmm.
And we're proud.
Oh, go ahead.
We're very proud of you.
Thanks. She's just like quietly saying that, like
Okay.
tail swishing. I'd like to think that like briefly she would like kind of like go over to them and like, you know, play with Eitri, like ask him about his lantern, like touch base with Gwen, give them both hugs. And then honestly she'd be a little interested on the Kenku.
Yeah.
And the woman that's with them, because she's like, Aiko's the kind of person where she's in courtier mode, like she's like touching base with everyone. So like I imagine that, like, you know, on the way over, or like, you know, when they were walking by, she was like, bye, thanks for coming, like, you know, like they're still here, but like, you know, she's touching base.
Yeah.
And then same thing with them when she was walking towards Zara, she's like, oh my god, you still look so beautiful, how's the rest of your night? Like kind of like little things, but she's not like staying for meaningful conversation.
It's the going around and you good, like great, thank you for coming kind of thing. Yeah,
it's me in host mode.
Yes.
Yeah, so she would because she hasn't seen these people before.
Nope.
So she's going to say, have you made a lantern yet?
And you see that as you're approaching, the woman is actually like explaining to the Kenku like how to do it. And she looks up and just smiles, and her hair's a little bit of a mess and everything, but looks ever so gracious and just, Oh, hi. Yes, we're working on it, slowly but surely. Clip Clop here is a little not so used to making lanterns and everything. You're one of them though, right? One of the envoys?
Oh, yes. I am Aiko Takamaki, and she like bows a little bit.
Oh, Xenia Bazer, and she holds out her hand to you. And she goes, and she kind of looks over, and this is, you gonna introduce yourself this time?
Love
And
it.
it's just the sound of like clip clop.
Okay. All right. All right.
Love him. I love him. I love the creature.
You really do. You geek over the creatures.
They're so cute.
So yeah, so she's just, yeah, this is Clip Clop, is really the easier way to call him. But yeah, we're working on making our lanterns. Hey, look, I gotta ask you, this is gonna sound weird. Kitsune, right?
Yes.
Yes. You you wouldn't happen to, like, I'm not saying that, like, just because you're Kitsune, you're gonna know who it is, kind of thing. But, you wouldn't be one of those curry-making ones, would ya?
I've never made curry before. I've never met any other kitsune before.
And you actually hear Clip Clop goes, like, in a male voice, goes, "Look, I can't pay the debt, but hey, I have a mean curry recipe I would love to show you."
Do I recognize the voice? Which voice is it? Is it disappointed voice, or is it the "I'm sorry, little fox" voice, or is it the "I'm dancing tonight with you, little fox"?
Yes. It is
Oh,
little
fuck.
fox. It is little fox voice.
All of them. Oh fuck. Okay.
Yo.
And you see Xenia looks over and just goes, "Yeah, that guy. You don't. Sorry, I guess you're not."
Do you know his name? Do you know where he is?
We met him in Court of Fall, but name.
Yo.
Name, I don't. Sorry. It was a
What is he?
crazy night.
So Aika's gonna ask, like, can you tell me what he looks like?
Yeah. Red hair. I mean, he was a mess when I saw him. It was pouring outside. Came in covered in mud. I run an inn, and came in covered in mud and just was a absolute mess. Armor everywhere, just askew and dented, and just not a good look. But
How many tails did he have?
Clip Clap, how many tails did he have? And you see that he like makes the sound of a bell, and it rings 9 times. And she goes, yeah, I think 9. You
Okay.
You all right there?
Yeah. I've never met another kitsune, but I've seen a kitsune who looks like him, but he has 8 tails. But I don't know when I saw him. So he could have 9 now. Where's Nadros? And she mutters this under her breath. And she's gonna say, oh, but was the curry recipe any good?
Oh, it's the best I've ever had. A little spicy for my taste and everything, but it was real damn good. He said that it was a family thing, so I didn't know if you were part of. Sorry, I didn't. My bad on that.
Oh no, I don't know how it works. I just learned this past month that there's more of us, so I'm very excited. But we'll be going to Quarter Fall, so I'll look out for Curry Man.
Curry Man.
Is there a name of the curry?
Well, we just call it at the tavern Kitsune Curry.
All right, Kitsune Curry Man.
Yeah, he said it was a family recipe, but I don't think he wanted the family name on the inn sign. All he said was that
Understandable.
the only time he's allowed to teach it to outsiders is when he owes a debt, and he owed a debt that night.
Oh gosh, he might have been drinking with Milena.
Could be.
Yeah. She's gonna say, I'll try to find out about Kitsune Curryman.
Yeah.
And she's like making note of fucking Kitsune Curryman.
Yeah. Journey. Was there anyone else you wanted to say anything to or say goodbye to before the journey, for lack of a better word?
The journey. I wanted to say goodbye to Milena.
Okay.
I wanted, she's gonna walk up to her and kind of do a little twirl and be like, I wanted to show you my sick new tat I got before I go.
As you approach Milena, she's in the middle of talking with a man who is showing this lady tattoo on his forearm, and they're kind of like discussing it and talking about like some of the styles, and he's kind of pointing out his other tattoos that he has. And as soon as Milena sees you and do the little twirl, just immediately, oh my gosh, it looks so great. It looks phenomenal. Oh my god, Journey, you are so beautiful. It looks so great on you.
Thank you, I agree. Thank you so much, by the way, again.
And she like takes you not by your shoulders because she doesn't want to grab like, you know, new tattoo, but she takes you by like your upper arms and like spins it so that the man can see you, and just goes, see, this is the work I'm talking about. Your other work, nowhere near as good as what I can do for you. Nowhere near as good. And you realize she's like in the middle of a sales pitch basically to him on getting a new tattoo.
That's our girl.
And he kind of goes, oh, it is beautiful work that was done. I just don't know yet what else I'd want to get, but I appreciate it. And you're I'm sorry, I should introduce myself. Lee Peckman. Pleasure.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. I'm Journey. And if you're questioning what you want to get, she can help you come up with some really cool ideas.
Oh, that'd be great. And he kind of like holds his arms out, and you realize he has a number of tattoos across his body, and just, it's more so I just don't know quite what to get yet. I mean, and including like he has like hand tattoos, he has forearm tattoo, wrist tattoo, like tatted.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space left.
There's not a lot of space left. It's like it's down to the point where he has so many that he kind of needs to figure out more carefully what he's going to get, because he's going to run out of canvas space very soon. Sort of.
Understandable.
But yeah, so he but he just kind of smiles and just, wait, you Journey?
Yes.
Envoy. Journey, right? There's no other journey. And he like looks over to Millie like, there's no other journeys, are there? And she's like, nah, this is the one. And just,
Yep, the one and only.
You're going sailing with us. Well, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Yeah, I welcome to the Soggy Sticker. It's a beautiful ship, and I promise you, it floats.
So it doesn't sink like a soggy sticker?
Not that I've seen yet.
Good.
Get this man off the boat now.
I'm happy to have you aboard. I'm the bosun on the ship. I take care of the ship. It's a pleasure to have you. It looks like we're gonna get to be friends over the next, leg of the journey. Get it?
Yeah,
Journey.
I can't wait.
Because it's your name and it's.
It's a good one. Never heard that one before.
Sorry. Yeah, but no, it's a pleasure. I'm really excited to get to see everything. Not really from around here, so I'm excited.
Same. I can't say I'm the best on open water, but
Oh, neither's the doctor. Yeah, the doctor's not either. He's terrified of open water.
Oh, really? So
yeah.
we still have some company in that respect.
Yeah, no, he just stays below deck the whole time. So if you ever feel like it is getting to be too much, you just go see Dr. Warren, or you can always come see me. I'm always happy to help out, you know? I will protect you from the... He, like, realizes that, like, you guys are going sailing on the ocean. I will protect you from the water, sort of, as best I can.
I appreciate it. I look forward to our travels.
Me too. Yeah, I'm gonna go, but I'll think about the tattoo thing. I'll just think about... Yeah, I'll think about the tattoo thing. Pleasure meeting you, Journey. And he just bounces back over to the ship. And Melina just laughs and thank you. And I hope that your leg of the journey, as he called it, goes well.
Thanks.
What's his
It was
role
good
on
to
the
see
ship
you again.
called?
The bosun, Bosun. He's in charge of making sure that the ship floats.
Right.
And doesn't sink like a soggy sticker.
Yes. He's in charge of making sure that the boat does not live up to its name.
Got it.
Journey, is there anything else that you wanted to ask Melina about or talk to her about, or more talking about like the tattoo and everything on your back?
Nothing like in particular. I guess we just
Yeah.
have some small talk.
Yeah. To get
say
to
goodbye.
chat and chill and everything. Excellent. Arcadia, as you're introducing Glooble to your parents, and your parents are just like squishing Glooble's cheeks and are like patting his head and are just fascinated by him, you sense that there's someone who approaches you. As Ilke approaches you.
Sweating.
Envoy Arcadia, may I steal a minute of your time?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Excellent. I was hoping to get to speak with you. As you know, we have a connection, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Circle of Stars Druid, right? We
Yeah.
both enjoy the star, and we pull our power from the stars. I thought you might like to meet someone, if that's all right. If you're taking time with your family, please feel free to take time with your family. I would love for you to. And as you look back at your parents, they're both just like, this is the one person that your dad is not about to go up to and go, now, what are your intentions with my daughter? Like, no, this is the ruler of the whole court. They're just like, they're more in shock, like,
They're like, you can have intentions with our daughter. This is fine. Like, intent away.
So he kind of mentions, like, you know, would it be all right if we spoke for a minute? He just says, I have someone I think that you would really be interested in meeting. If you don't mind. Is that all right?
Yeah, I don't mind at all. My parents will be fine with Glooble back there if I step away for a moment.
Oh, I'm glad. And so you see that he actually leads you over to a blue-haired elf woman. And you're right there, Case.
Yeah, I'm great. I'm doing great.
Leads you to a blue-haired elf woman, and you see he just waves and just says, Siren, hey, this is Arcadia, who I told you about. And she kind of just like turns and looks at you and just grins for a second. Arcadia, huh? Siren Nilo. Pleasure.
Arcadia's gonna
Oh, it just
take her
clicked.
hand and say, "Hi, the pleasure is mine."
You know, one of the new envoys, right? Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And you see that Ilke's like shaking their head and like, no. She did not introduce herself correctly. This is Dr. Sirumel. The Dr. Sirumel. And she just, not doctor. You have to finish the program to be doctor. I am not Dr. Sirumel. Please. Honestly, these days, everyone just calls me Siren. So feel free to just call me Siren.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There it is.
That was me. That's not her. That's me.
Nope, that's canon now. That is canon.
Arcadia is just screaming.
And you see that Ilke's like, right. Siren. We'll call you Siren since that's what you're asking for. But Siren and I actually, we went to school together. And Arcadia is one of us. And she goes, oh, what year did you graduate?
Did I graduate?
Did she even go to school?
Arcadia's just kind of like, I guess, just nervously kind of.
That tracks.
Yeah. Didn't. I guess.
And on seeing you struggle, Ilke offers, oh, no. She's not a Sapienti student. She is a druid, circle of stars, like us.
That's correct. Yes.
And Siren just kind of crosses her arms and looks at you. Okay, a fellow student of the stars. All right. Tell me, what do you think of the quantum theoretical considerations that need to be given to astral projection and the metaphysical implications for the celestial planes, as seen with Kroller's theory of star positioning and relativity?
My palms just got so sweaty. Like, holy shit. Okay.
Case takes off her glasses like, I'm glad you asked, bitch.
Could
Like-
you imagine if I just started spewing off shit? Oh my god, no, I'm not that smart.
I would literally slide out of this chair. I'd be so excited. Like, talk nerdy to me.
Arcadia's just gonna kind of, like, shocked, like, mouth open, like, I would love if you taught me.
Well, the good news is I'm just bullshitting with you. That's a bunch of nonsense.
Arcadia's gonna fucking, she's gonna be like, yeah, I knew that, of course, I was just
But,
kidding around.
I just wanted to see if you were one of those, you know, stuffy academics who think they know what they're talking about when they really don't. You're all right.
You'll know when I don't know what I'm talking about.
Bullet dodged.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. You're not bad. Well, maybe you'll have to study the stars with me sometime.
I would love to.
I'd love it too. And, you know, any friend of Ilke's is a friend of mine. Least I can do for an old school friend. Especially when his friends are so cute.
Arcadia looks back. Glooble's giving the thumbs up, like, go for it.
Yeah, Arcadia's face, once again, red as hell. And it's very obvious that she's kind of struggling to think of something to say. Messing with her hair, messing with, you know, everything. Just very awkward. She doesn't know how to do
Ilke
this.
just kind of leans in and goes, you say thank you.
Thank you.
Siren just laughs and she's don't mention it. My job on the ship is navigation, so if there's anyone you want to talk to about the stars, I am your best bet. But
Noted.
and she kind of gives you like the look over and just welcome aboard.
The pleasure is mine.
Oh, it will be.
Pleasure is ours.
Doing some secondhand shyness for Arcadia there.
We're gonna find out why it's called the soggy sticker.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
I'm calling it. Goodbye.
Oh goodness, cracking me up. Karu, was there anyone else that you wanted to get to say goodbye to?
I'm okay. Actually, sorry, I do have to leave
Yeah,
very
no,
soon.
you were a-okay. I was gonna just make sure everyone was done with wrap up goodness and everything for folks. I think we just about covered everybody that I wanted to
Yeah,
show us covered,
Aiko
but
would just
yeah.
make sure that she says something to Nadros, and then
Yeah.
Arthur and his old, and then
Yep.
bye to Boots. And that's it.
Boots from episode 1.
No, Boots escorted her home a couple times. It's fine.
You know. So as as the festival's kind of been going on, and the party starts reaching its climax, I guess is the best way to put it. All of the lanterns have been, getting created, and you see that there's a number of them that are popping up around the beach, and are kind of everyone's doing the Zaris where they're holding onto their lanterns like ready to go. And eventually you have that Nicola goes to each of you and just says, "It's time to get going." As you are escorted to the Soggy Sticker, our lovely boat up to the top.
Aiko would hug Saren, sprint back to Zaris, and get her lantern.
He's holding it.
Picture her running up to him, grabbing it, running away.
Yeah.
Again, if you release it on the ship, you're probably going to run into the sails, right?
Right, but we have to do this for science, and she's gonna take it to test our theory. We can report back when we see each other again. And she's like running away already.
Okay. So you see that. So all of you are.
Come on, Journey.
Everyone's like, let's go. So you were pulled onto the Soggy Sticker, where the rest of the crew joins up on the ship. So the other members of the Soggy Sticker crew join up with you. Ha, get it? I made noises that sound like that. And are ready to board and ready to get going. Everybody on the boat.
Barely.
Ilke gathers, everyone gathers around toward the shore, kind of where Saren is right now and everything. But gathers around toward the shore, and Ilke just calls out to everybody and just, says, excuse me, and no one's listening. And Nicola, in his booming voice, just, listen up. And, everyone kind of hushes down. And, oh no, Aiko, there's a ship name for you in Zaris now. Zyko.
I love it.
But so you see that Ilke kind of waves everyone over, and just as you guys are up on the ship, you can still kind of hear his speech, as they basically just wish you guys good luck with the journey. Good luck with the journey, and good luck with carrying the hopes and dreams. I'm sorry. My shipment got redeemed right then. And I'm like, important boat. Nope, we're shipping things. And it's on a ship. You see that Ilke just says, we hope that the Envoys carry all of the hopes and dreams of our people with them. Whether we hope for something small or something large for the world, and that their journey is one that is safe, that they are cared for, and that they can face any hardship that comes their way. And with that, and he looks up to the boat itself. Envoys, we entrust our hopes to you. You are the people who will make our futures happen. And we're excited to see what you bring home. And with that, you hear that there's a female voice behind you guys that shouts, "We're ready to go!" And Ilke gives kind of a wave and just goes, "All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. And as he is shouting that, you see on the ship that all of the crew is rushing to start getting the ship moving and getting it going. There's actually a couple of spellcasters who are casting wind spells into the sails to get it moving faster. And on the shore, you can see all of the friends that you have made, all of the members of the court, waving to you and waving goodbye to you as you guys start to sail away from the Court of Stars and head out for new ventures as the newly dubbed Envoys. What's
I
up,
just want to
Aiko?
point out, when I throw mine up, I'm making sure it misses the sails, and I'm going to lean over the side of the boat to Zaris and be like, it didn't set fire. Like just trying to like let him know, like we're good, and like just waving.
And from the shore, you can just see like he's like kind of like a wave to you and everything.
Like, go.
Like okay. As your ship sets sail and you leave the Court of Stars. Bam, bam, bam. I don't know why that was
Now
the
the
dramatic
question-
music like
The
that.
question
but...
is do we change our wallpaper to the Court of Fall wall on the boat, or do we do it when we set foot in Fall?
we should have sorry, someone just switched to Phelan again.
Phelan? I was gonna say, wow,
Wow,
The voice.
feeling okay?
Yeah, no, we you guys can absolutely do I would say do a background of the sea when you're
Okay,
at sea.
I'll find a copyright for you.
I just think it'd be neat.
Send it to everyone.
But yeah, so with that being said, you're leaving the Court of Stars, and you on a boat.
We did it! We did it, guys! We didn't die! We almost did!
Made it through our first court.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Our home court.
Yeah.
I do have